All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today, and thank you, as always, for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. And I also want to thank you guys for hitting 50 likes. It's always great to see before the stream even begins. Getting 50 likes on it definitely helps. Thank you for the compliment on the shirt, Irfan. Yeah, this was a gift from a friend. It's a nice shirt. Thank you, Mike S., for encouraging others to hit that like button. Yeah, so we have quite a few different topics to go over and talk about today. I think some really interesting topics. We are once again hearing from the head of Microsoft Gaming CEO, Phil Spencer. He went around doing some interviews and revealing a couple of things. He had some, I would say, interesting, maybe not anything shocking. I don't think Phil revealed anything that we would consider shocking or surprising, but still interesting nonetheless. You can tell that the wording and the conversation and the marketing, just kind of the PR speak surrounding their strategy is beginning to shift once again, but I think it's shifting in a direction, as I said before, that people are expecting it to go in. The Leninator FFC, a member for 18 months. Thank you for that long-time support, buddy. You're saying, hey, MBG, 18 months strong, and you're flexing there, and you're saying, hit the like button. Yeah, guys, hit the like button. It definitely helps the streams. We want to grow the community. We want to get more people in here. Come hang out with us. Leninator FFC, thank you so much for that, buddy. Let me pop out my chat here. So we're going to be discussing what Phil Spencer said in these recent interviews, but we're also going to be talking about PlayStation 6 physical games. The reason why I want to talk about this is because there's a lot of conversation happening right now around physical media, specifically games, and more people seem to be under the impression, and I can't say whether they're wrong or not, that Sony might be getting ready to go all digital as soon as the PlayStation 6, which would be in about 3 to 4 years. So I want to have this conversation with you guys. We do have some new data to go over as well, which is part of the reason why people are talking about this. We also have King Sam, a longtime member for 21 months. Thank you, King Sam. You're saying, FYI, for anyone who cares, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is getting a physical copy exclusively from PlayAsia. Got it pre-ordered. Great game. Don't miss out. I've been hearing some good things about Ninja Gaiden 2. I've been hearing good things. I don't know if I'm going to be able to jump on it, though, because I'm still playing Cyberpunk. And I played more Cyberpunk. And, man, it's getting good. Yeah. I'm starting to see now why people like Cyberpunk so much. Eric Golding, you're saying it's bad? I did see some people complaining about the camera, yeah. But King Sam, thank you for letting us know. Yeah, that's, I would say, something that I would consider important. Physical games. Microsoft is not Microsoft, sorry. Koei Tecmo. They're not doing a physical release, but it's actually going to be PlayAsia. Well, I guess they're working with them, which is good. But yeah, it's exclusively through PlayAsia. So it's $50. Thank you for, again, being a long-time supporter, King Sam. I really appreciate it. The third topic we're going to talk about is Insomniac Games. Not something major here, but Insomniac Games recently teased what they're calling their ambitious roadmap, which I find interesting because we know that their roadmap actually leaked a little over a year ago in, I believe, December of 2023. Their actual internal confidential roadmap leaked, and it looked insane. And so it's interesting because they're kind of talking about it publicly, not confirming it, but just saying that, yes, they have a very, very ambitious roadmap. And I figured what we could do is kind of go over that roadmap once again and talk about what they may be working on. I'm starting to think we might hear from Insomniac Games sooner rather than later. Maybe that's just me being hopeful, but I think we might, just because I feel like they've been talking a lot. I mean, their CEO did just retire, so that's a pretty good excuse to start talking, but you can just tell, like, there's this anticipation for Wolverine. Yeah. People want to know if this Venom game is actually real or not. So these are the topics we're going to be discussing today. Oh, and one of the other things we're going to be discussing is whether or not Starfield is coming to PlayStation 5, because part of the conversation regarding Phil Spencer's, he was asked directly, specifically about Starfield, and his answer was a little bit interesting. So, guys, before we dive into any of these topics, I want to first, again, thank you for watching. I also want to give a shout out to any of you guys who are watching after the fact. I know not everybody can catch the streams live, so thank you for supporting the channel, even if it's not live. I want to ask you to take a moment, if you haven't already, and please hit that like button. We are at 80 likes, so 20 more and we hit 100. If that's the only way you can directly help the channel, is by hitting the like button, please do it, because it helps. It helps with YouTube's algorithm, and it lets me know you guys enjoy the content. Now, before I proceed, I just want to let you guys know there are a couple of ways you can help support the channel and the content directly. And as I'm getting ready to say that, we have Matt Fu coming in again. Matt Fu coming in early in these streams, dropping 5 bombs on you guys. 5 memberships gifted, thanks to Matt. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat. I'll add that to the counter in just a moment. Thank you so much for that, buddy. And, oh yeah, I also want to give a shout out to last week's top donors. I did say I want to get better at doing this. So, very special shout out to Corey the Legend Landiga for taking the platinum, Hellbound 1981 taking the gold, Matt Fu taking the silver, and Stephen Leon taking the bronze. So thank you guys so much, and just thank you to everybody who contributed anything. Really, it means a lot. But yes, if you want to support the channel directly, please consider becoming a channel member. Okay, you get access to exclusive perks and exclusive content. You get emotes you can use in the chat. You get member badges, but you also get members lounges. Okay, they're exclusive streams with deeper levels of interaction between me and the community. You also get access to Morning with the Misses, which is a weekly stream I do with Mrs. MBG. We just did one last Friday, and it was a really good time. You guys seem to really be enjoying those. So consider becoming a channel member. Consider gifting channel memberships. Okay, if we hit 25 memberships today, we will feed the beast. We'll give the cat some treats. If we hit 50 memberships, we'll do some reps at the end of the stream. Consider dropping a super chat. Consider dropping a direct donation. These are 4 ways in which you can support the content directly. I'm only able to do this because you guys make it possible. You guys are the sponsors of the channel. Okay? And let me add those 5 membership gifts. King Sam says, who's willing to drop 500 memberships and I'll drop the remaining 0? I mean, it is fair, King Sam. You dropped I think over 200 memberships last time. Yeah, we're still striving for that goal, okay? We don't have much time left. But if we hit the 1,000 member mark, we'll do a special celebration stream where I play Sekiro with Mrs. MBG. Moses, a member for 16 months. Thank you for that, Moses. Saying, anybody else just want a good Battlefield and Battlefront game again? Absolutely, dude. I love both series. I've always loved Battlefield. I really have loved Battlefield, man, but they lost their way. There were some recent rumors about Battlefield and how apparently they're going to be taking the Call of Duty approach. Not exactly sure what that means, but I would love to see it come back. I'm surprised we didn't actually get a Battlefront 3. Because I know Star Wars Battlefront 2 from DICE, I know it got like a lot of backlash, you know, because of the monetization, but it was still a good game. You know, it's like still a fun game. All right, let me add that there. Well, if I'm not mistaken, Vince Sampello is the one that's heading the next Battlefield game. Oh yeah, I remember that Devil Shooter. Yeah. I do remember that. He said he's going to make Battlefield like Battlefield 3 and 4 again. The next Battlefield game is going to be so good. Actually, yeah, you're right. I do remember them saying that. And I do think that Battlefield has a real chance of making a solid comeback if they actually do that. When I mentioned that they're going to be taking the Call of Duty approach, I think when it comes to the way they're going to handle the live service aspect, that's my understanding. Gran Turismo 7, 14.4 million copies sold. Where did that data come from? I did see it floating around. People were saying that Gran Turismo sold 15 million units, or roughly 15 million units, but I couldn't source where that came from. That's a lot, dude. I mean, that's, yeah, 15 million. I don't know if I believe that. In your dreams, MRPD? It wouldn't be... It doesn't sound impossible for them to have sold 15 million copies because Gran Turismo is the best-selling PlayStation series. But still, 15 million is a lot, dude. The game's only been out for a couple of years. Xbox is King saying, good morning, Xbox Army. Well, my PlayStation is an Xbox now, apparently. GT Planet used the latest data from Circana and estimated that it sold just over 14 million copies. Wow. If that's true, that's really impressive, man. I'm sure Sony's very happy about that. I do know, and we covered this in the video that I released earlier, we do know that Gran Turismo 7 is the number one, revenue-wise, number one Gran Turismo game in the entire series revenue-wise. It's made more money than any Gran Turismo game so far, which is pretty impressive when you consider it's only been out for a couple of years. So I wouldn't be surprised if it climbs and it ends up becoming, you know, like a top 3 bestseller in the Gran Turismo series. But guys, let's, now that we have more people here, once again, if you haven't, hit that like button to help the stream out. We're going to dive into the first set of topics, which talks about Phil Spencer confirming what I think we all suspected. They're multi-platform, and we can expect even more Microsoft published games and Xbox developed games to come to PlayStation 5. So Phil Spencer basically did multiple interviews, and I'm going to play a clip that we can listen to and react to. So again, the timing of this, it comes right after the Xbox Developer Direct, where in that Developer Direct, not only were 4 of those 5 games confirmed for PlayStation 5, but during the actual Direct itself, Microsoft was listing PlayStation 5 as a platform. You know, at the end when they say it's coming to Xbox Series X and S, PC, and then PS5. So Microsoft is actually listing PS5 now on their events. So it makes sense that Phil Spencer would come out and give an interview. I think it's kind of surprising. What is surprising about this whole situation is just how rapidly. It's been about 1 year. It's been about 1 year since the first rumors started to come out and everybody panicked. So 1 year, it's not it's a year. It's 365 days. I would have expected it to take a little bit longer, to be honest. I thought the rollout would have been a little bit slower in terms of the messaging and the marketing. But yeah, it seems like they ripped the Band-Aid off, so to speak. South of Midnight was not listed for PS5. That means Xbox will have some exclusives. It's hard to say because Microsoft is... One of the things you're going to see when we go over Phil Spencer's interviews is they're not using the term exclusivity anymore. Like, based off of what I heard from Phil Spencer, it seems like he's trying to just, like we're saying, rip the Band-Aid off and make it clear that there's just, like, exclusivity is just not a thing for Microsoft. And so when we look at the recent rumors have claimed that the only reason a game is not going to be announced for PS5 is because the development team didn't have enough time to port it to PlayStation 5. It has nothing to do with, well, we want to keep this exclusive to Xbox. Apparently, it had nothing to do with that, or it has nothing to do with that. Then what's the point of making consoles anymore? Well, Irfan, it's because people are going to still buy consoles. You know? That's just the way it's going to be. I mean, it's easy to get, and I'm absolutely guilty of this, it's easy to get caught up in conversations on the internet with people who are deeply engaged. Many people questioning, what's the point? What's the point of buying this console or that console if you can't get this or you can't do that? But the reality is people will still buy them because there's millions of people who just prefer to play games on console. Their reasoning is nothing, it's nothing crazy. The reasoning is just, yeah, I play on console. They're going to be people who buy the next Xbox console when it comes out, knowing that pretty much all the games are going to go to PlayStation 5 and Switch. There's still going to be people who buy the Xbox console because it's just, yeah, that's what I play on. I just like the Xbox. And that's fine. But if you're talking about, like, in terms of wider growth, well, at least for the Microsoft side of things, it seems like Microsoft has completely given up on trying to grow the console market. Instead, they're focused on growing Game Pass, and they're focused on growing as a publisher. Avowed may be the last game you buy on Xbox if everything's coming to PS5. I suspect there will still be some games in the next year or so, but I don't know, man. I'm going to play this clip from Phil Spencer, and we'll talk about it. So let me spool that up. Okay, so this audio is from Phil Spencer, and he was asked about first party, and he was also asked about Xbox hardware. Before I play that, though, we have a super chat from Poopy Snoopy, who says, Phil's just a liar until he says things we want. Sure, Poopy Snoopy. Well, to be honest, I've acknowledged this before, right? We've talked about the idea of executives lying, and the conclusion that I've come to, and I think it would be wise for everybody to settle on this conclusion. I mean, feel how you want, think what you want, but the conclusion I've come to is that all business executives basically lie. And the reason for that is because they're just reiterating what a board decides. Right? The board decides on the business strategy, how they're going to execute on it, and then somebody's got to go out there and talk to the press about what they're doing. Meanwhile, as they're talking about what they're doing or what their current strategy is, the board is already moving on to a different strategy and changing it. And then so they got to go back and then, okay, this is what we're changing. This is what we're doing. We're going to come back out. That's why I don't think it's wise to ever listen to anything a business executive at one of these companies has to say and take it as gospel. Take it as, well, if they said it, then that's how it's going to be, and it's going to be true. You need to understand that everything is subject to change. Hold on. Come on, boss. You got to go. If Herman Hulst came out tomorrow and said exclusives will always be important to PlayStation and Sony, and there will always be exclusives, that is subject to change. That's why you're not going to hear Herman Hulst probably say that, but really it reminds me of when Herman Hulst and Jim Ryan would talk about releases for PC. Boss, you got to stop. You got to be good. Notice how it went from 2 to 3 years to now it's going to be Spider-Man in 1 year. So we always have to keep in mind, whether it's Phil Spencer, whether it's Herman Hulst, whether it's anybody else, it's all subject to change. And that's how I'm taking it going forward. And that goes for PlayStation as well. For example, and just to prove to you that I'm serious about this, we recently got an interview with Hideaki Nishino. Hideaki Nishino is the head of the platform business for PlayStation. So he's the one who's going to decide what happens with the platform and the console. He said recently that the console's still the main priority and it's not going anywhere. I believe him in this moment as like, yeah, that seems pretty clear to me. But that doesn't mean it couldn't change. That doesn't mean at some point in time the console won't be the priority for PlayStation. I'm not expecting it. I'm not anticipating it. And yet Boss finds his way back in. But I'm just saying, like, if like 3 to 5 years from now, Sony makes it pretty clear that the console's still important, but not the priority, is it like, oh my God, Hideaki Nishino is a liar? It's like, well, technically, yes. On the most technical level, it was a lie. But if you understand how these businesses operate, you understand how these strategies are always shifting, they're always changing. I mean, what do you expect? You know, they're mouthpieces for billion, trillion-dollar corporations. Times change, man. Things change. And it doesn't always have to be bad. Everybody lies. I've been watching House recently. Everybody lies. Antonio Lopes, thank you for the super chat. You're saying thoughts on Microsoft and Oracle in talks to buy TikTok. I actually didn't even know that was a thing. Maybe not that surprising. I'm not really sure what to make of that. It seems like everybody's been trying to make a bid for TikTok. Antonio, honestly, I'm not sure really what to say. I guess I'm just not too surprised because, yeah, Microsoft could afford it. But I don't know what it would mean. I don't know what it would change, per se. All right, but I've been making you guys wait long enough. Let's listen to this interview. It's like 3.5 minutes, this section I want to play for you. This is Phil Spencer again. He was asked about Xbox first-party games and hardware.
Thing that I've learned and continue to learn when I'm listening to creators, not only our own studios, but other teams building games, is every creator out there wants to build a game that can find as many players as they want. And frankly, there aren't many platforms out there that try to build connections to people on so many different screens. It's almost like single platform, single device, single game. And that's kind of the history of our business. And we're really taking an approach of we want people to be able to play Xbox on many different screens. Now, not every experience will be the same. We obviously love the native experience we have on our own platform and our own hardware. And that's something that will continue for us. But we're not going to put walls up around where people can engage with the great games our studios are building, or where they can experience Xbox through different forms, whether it's cloud, whether it's on PC, whether it's on handheld PCs, whether it's on phones. I want everybody to be able to play on Xbox. And it does mean more of our games shipping on more platforms, not just PlayStation. We love the work that we do with Nintendo. We love what we do with Valve on Steam. And that's going to continue. We'll just continue to do more of it because what we learn is put the games first. Make sure the games can be as great as they can. We love the experience on our own hardware, our own platform, but our games will show up in more and more places, no doubt.
There is concern in the community about, well, you're putting all these games on these other platforms. Why would I still want an Xbox? What is going to be the reason for me to want Xbox hardware when I can get that experience on another platform?
Yeah, I want people to pick hardware based on the capabilities of that hardware and how that fits into the choices they want to make about where they want to play. And we want our hardware to win based on the hardware capabilities that we have. I think the difference that we've seen in the last 20 years, and I think this is good because I come from building games, it's really game first, not platform first. Most of the games you and I will talk about run across so many different platforms. And those are the games that are having success. Those are the games that are at the top of the charts when you look at the most played, most successful games. And I want to build a platform that services those creators that are trying to meet people on every screen. But let's say, like our own hardware, I think it's fundamental to what Xbox is. It's not lost on me. I've said over and over that boxed is in the name of our brand. I'll say, is in the position I'm in, I look at hardware as a critical part of what we do, but not trying to gatekeep the games off of other places for the benefit of it. Let's go build innovative hardware that people want to use to play, whether that's in their hands, whether it's on their television, or even other places. And I love our hardware team, and spent some time with them just this week and the roadmap that they have. And I think we're learning a lot from this, like Steam Deck, and what does it mean for our games to be there? ROG Ally, what does it mean? Lenovo, what does Xbox mean on those platforms? I don't think we've tuned it perfectly yet, and it's spent a lot of time with the teams on that. But I want to make progress there. LG and the work we're doing with cloud, all of that helps us evolve our platform software so we really embrace allowing someone to be a member of Xbox on whatever screen they want to play on.
All right. So that was pretty much Phil Spencer covering both the first party game aspect as well as the hardware aspect. And it seems pretty clear that he came in locked and loaded, ready to answer those questions. We have Poopy Snoopy. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, what do you think of Microsoft games and PlayStation bundles? I think Microsoft would love that, like a Halo bundle. They would have Xbox plastered on the box with Xbox Game Studios. Would push their everything as an Xbox. I am in agreement that I think Microsoft would love that at this point. I can only imagine the reaction that people would have if there was like a Halo Master Chief Collection PS5 bundle or something like that. But I'm not sure how Sony would feel about that. Like, I don't know if Sony would be willing to just be like, yeah, let's do it. Because it does help Sony in that, well, this is going to move hardware and this is going to move consoles. And it would be such a strange decision on Microsoft's part, only because it's like, you still have your own console. You can buy this Halo Xbox bundle or this Halo PlayStation bundle. It would be mind-blowing. I'll be honest. It would be a little bit mind-blowing to see an actual PlayStation 5 bundle with an Xbox game, especially if it was like a prominent series like Forza, Halo, or Gears. But I still think that, Microsoft, even though Phil Spencer, he is seemingly ripping the Band-Aid off. He's ripping the Band-Aid off. They're still rolling it out. You know what I mean? It's not like he just came out and said, by the way, we are going to be announcing Gears, Halo, and Forza coming to PlayStation. He's setting the stage. That's what he's doing. And I think it's good because it's needed. I think Microsoft is aware that no matter where we are, when they make some of these announcements, it's going to be like a bomb drop. It's going to be wild. And yeah, exactly. They told us a year ago. And even then, they said for now it's 4 games. And there were some people who were still in complete denial. Like, no, that's it. It's just going to be the 4 games. Keep begging or the way people talk online. And it's like, well, it seems like they're starting to set the stage slowly but surely. Put a little something here, a little something there. Now it just feels like Phil Spencer's like, listen, we've pretty much set the stage and we're ready to go. We're ready to put the show. We're ready to start the show. And I don't know, a bundle would be fascinating. I'm not convinced that they will do a bundle with Sony. I'm not convinced that Sony would even be open to that. But man, it would be something else if that were to occur. It would be something else. We have Alvin here. with a $5 super chat. And he says, honestly, after last generation and the slow start to this generation, I think this is a healthy direction for Xbox. I think both pro and con people will come around. I'm mostly in agreement, Alvin. I mean, I've accepted the position that Xbox is in now, where I want to read this next thing to you. I don't know if I can find the clip. I want to play one more clip because I think what Phil Spencer says here, there's something he says at the end. He talks about exclusivity, and it's funny because I don't know if you guys picked up on this as well, but Microsoft doesn't use the term exclusivity anymore, but instead they call it keeping games, like gatekeeping. They're using terms like gatekeeping. They're using terms like, withholding, keeping from other platforms, and it's smart. See, this is how you know Microsoft as a $1 trillion company is now fully behind. The marketing team at Microsoft is really working double time to construct the best possible message that benefits them. And that's, part of doing that is by using these terms, to essentially try to make exclusivity seem like a bad thing. And it's very smart of them, because what Microsoft is out here saying is, hey, we're going to start giving our games away, not giving them away, but putting them on other platforms. Isn't that a good thing, guys? Like, aren't you happy about that? I think, yeah, I don't think that people ultimately can walk away from that and be like, no, that's a bad thing. I think that most people will come around to it. And the question that still remains, that as we continue to see this progress, they're just gonna be staring in Sony's direction. Like, listen, man, Microsoft made it clear what they're doing. Sony, what are you doing? And I think that that's where, right now, PlayStation's answer is still, well, we're still keeping some games exclusive before we put in the PC. And right now, really nothing for Xbox. Not much for Xbox, anyway. I mean, that the question people want to know is Sony going to end up following Microsoft and doing the same thing? That's the real, let's just face it, that's the question people have. I don't think they will. Not yet. Not right now. I think that's something that would take a lot longer. Poopy Snoopy with another super chat saying, gaming leaks, apparently PlayStation to go day and date on PC soon. I did see that. You're referring to a post on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit where it was a speculation post, to be clear. And they did label it as a speculation post. But it was somebody analyzing the Insomniac hack back in December of 2023, where Insomniac's plans for PC seemingly revealed that they're prepping, or they were in the process of getting ready to start developing their games on PlayStation simultaneously with PC. Like, basically, they want to have a PC version ready to go, or very close to ready to go, by the time the PS5 version releases, rather than, okay, we finished the PS5 version, now we're going to start working on the PC version and optimizing for the PC version. And this is interesting because, yeah, you can maybe infer that, does this mean that they are preparing to go day and date with all of their games in the future? Well, there's no explicit answer. There's no explicit yes or no, but you can understand why people read something like that, especially because it's confidential information that we're not supposed to know about. We're getting it through a hack and a leak that was not supposed to occur. So you can understand why some people are going to infer that. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am fully prepared for Sony to announce that they're going day and date with all of their games on PC. I am absolutely prepared. Because, I mean, I'm convinced at this point, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. But I'm convinced at this point that if Sony were to go day and date with all their games, they're still going to do just fine with console sales. I firmly believe that. I think there will be some people who get upset and feel betrayed and feel like, you know what? there's no point to me owning a PlayStation. I think people vastly overestimate how many people that, like, do you think it's like 10 million people? Do you think it's 20 million people? It's probably at most a couple million, at most. I'm going to be honest. I think it's just a couple million people at most. And that might even be pushing it. Because when people see something like a Spider-Man 2 marketed alongside PlayStation 5, the first thing they ask, and I'm talking about the general gaming populace here. I'm talking about, you could call them casuals, but even people who are a little bit more engaged, right? Not on the deepest level, but not the most casual either. Like, they do maybe buy more than just Call of Duty or, sports games. They do buy a lot of third-party games, and maybe they buy some of Sony's games as well. I think when you see Spider-Man 2 marketed alongside the PS5, if it turned out that it's also available on PC, I don't know, man. I don't think that's going to make a whole lot of people just suddenly go, you know what? I'm not going to play it on PS5 now. I'm not going to play on PS5. I'm just going to go play on PC. Because I don't think that's going to happen, man. You know why I think this? I think it's because if you thought PC gaming looked enticing, if you think PC gaming looks enticing right now, or you thought that a year ago, or you thought that 3 years ago, I think you were always going to go to PC. I think there's a lot of people who, they make it sound like they don't want to be on PlayStation, and the only reason they're there is because of exclusives. And I just think that's a super small percentage of people. I really believe that, because my question is, if you bought a console just for exclusives, then how is I feel like, how is that? It is helping Sony, but it's like Sony's whole mantra at this point is user engagement on top of sales. It's not, and that's just the reality. That comes from the Sony CEO himself. It's about user engagement. Of course, sales are critical. Sales are still everything, but user engagement as we move forward is becoming more and more vital to not only these companies and their platforms, but their games as well. And the reason being is because the whole correlation here is better user engagement usually equals more money being spent, whether it be on the platform or on the game itself or the services. And I just think that we're going to see it probably in the not too distant future, maybe even with the PlayStation 6. These consoles are getting more expensive. This technology is getting more expensive. The price of these consoles are not going down. I think it's going to become more clear that Sony's going to open up a little bit and be like, you know what? If you want to buy our game day one on PC, you can do that. If Spider-Man 2 sold 11 million copies in 3 months, being exclusive to just the PlayStation 5, how many of those 11 million players, if it was available day one on PC, wouldn't have bought it on PS5? Because that's the question that needs to be asked. And I'm fairly certain not that many. I'm fairly certain it's not that many. It might be 2 million? Maybe 1 million? So if that turns out to be true, where it's like, oh, we only would have lost 1 million, PS5 sales, but what if in return you get an extra 4 million PC sales in that same time frame, or an extra 5 million PC sales? Do you see what I'm saying? Where it's like, what is the true trade-off here? But yeah, I mean, this is just stuff that people, I think, are very much hyper fixated on right now because of what we're seeing happen with Microsoft. You know, Microsoft is doing something that, let's be honest, years ago, people thought they would never do. People thought it was impossible. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. Xbox no longer exists. The Xbox console can no longer exist. And yet here we are. Microsoft, I mean, look at what Phil Spencer just said, dude. He straight up said, like, yeah, we're still building hardware. And I want people, that was very intentional wording and very specific wording. He said, I want people to buy Xbox hardware for the capability of that hardware. That's a pretty important thing to acknowledge that he said. He didn't say he wants people to buy Xbox hardware for the games. He said he wants people to buy it for the capability of what it can do. That is, again, the stage is set. The stage is set. He talked about the importance of the software. Everything's more game-centric now. I think the reality is there's a lot of truth to what Phil's saying. I got to be honest, man. When you evaluate the landscape right now, there's a lot of truth to what he's saying. It doesn't mean that it's going to work out perfectly for them. It doesn't mean that there aren't going to be potential complications. But it does seem that when you look around and you realize that everybody's just already kind of doing this, they're going where they want to go because that's where they want to go. Poopy Snoopy, I'm sorry I missed your last super chat here. Saying if they did, games would take much longer to make. And that, I think, is a potential problem for Sony, right? Where I think it wouldn't surprise me if internally Sony wants to do this right now. Like they're hungry and they're eager, especially after Helldivers 2. Oh my God, how many sales could we get if we dropped Wolverine day one on PC as well? I mean, how many more sales could we get? I mean, they're probably licking their chops. But it's not that simple because it's like, well, yeah, PC does require further optimization. If these games are already taking 4, 5, 6 years to make for just the PS5 or even the PS5 and PS4, well, you're going to have to add more time onto that if you want to have a day one release on PC as well. You think once it impacts their console sales, PlayStation will backpedal? I think there's going to be a threshold for that, to be clear. I think the threshold will be, it would have to be something quite dramatic, right? Like, okay, we dropped Wolverine day one on PC and PS5, and our internal expectations were to sell 3 to 3.5 million units in the first 3 to 5 days. We only sold 1.5 million on PS5 and 1.5 million on PC. If something like that happened, Sony would panic and be like, we're never doing that again. They would probably pull it off PC, bro. I don't know. They would do something crazy because that would be quite shocking for them. The idea is if we release Wolverine day one on PS5 and PC, within the first 3 to 5 days, we get 3 to 3.5 million sales on PC and maybe 1 to 2 million sales. I meant to say PS5. 3 to 3.5 million sales within 3 to 5 days on PS5. 1 to maybe 2 million sales tops on PC. So ultimately, within the first 3 to 5 days, we could be looking at 5 million plus sales or more. I think that's the idea that Sony would have going into something like that, into a decision like that. And if it didn't work out at all that way, where it's like, dude, you didn't increase your sales, you just split your base. If that's all they ended up doing, then they would backtrack on it. I do agree with that. Oh, and apparently, OK Kapapa with a super chat says, I think PlayStation will backpedal with PC releases. So much negativity against Sony on Steam. Yeah, well, that's the thing, too, is like Sony is getting even more aggressive with wanting PlayStation Network accounts for games that they're putting on Steam. And if they do decide to go day and date with PC for single player games, they're absolutely going to do that. And I do think this is where Sony needs to brace themselves. And what I mean by that is they need to brace themselves for, listen, you want to have it all, you might not get it all. And you might end up pissing some people off along the way. Because here's what Sony wants. Sony wants to they want to maximize sales for their games on PlayStation consoles while simultaneously taking that same game over to PC, maybe at the same time, and saying, we want you to make an account, even though it's a single player game, so we can count it for our numbers. I don't know. We might end up seeing a situation where it's like, are you going to piss off PlayStation 5 users while simultaneously pissing off Steam users? What does that result in? What is the end result of that? Maybe it won't be anything. Maybe everybody will be like, oh, okay, this is fine. And Fishy, thank you so much for that very generous super chat, buddy. I'm going to read that in a moment. I have to read Fallon, who's been a member for 1 month. He is singing the Astrobot theme. He's singing I'm Astrobot. I'm not going to sing it. But I appreciate the enthusiasm. Astrobot. I wonder if that's going to make its way to PC. That'd be pretty interesting. And shout out to Mike S. re-upping their membership to Play Has No Limits. Thank you so much for that, Mike S. I really appreciate that support. And that does count towards the member goal as well. Good stuff, buddy. Fishy, you're saying, with a $50 super chat, as a diehard Sony fan since the PS1, I will definitely switch to PC if I get PlayStation exclusives day one. The only thing I would consider staying on PlayStation for is trophy support, but that's not worth me buying the next PlayStation console. PC looks more appealing with every passing day. And see, the question, Fishy, with what you're saying is not whether or not other people feel similarly. There are absolutely other PlayStation players that I've been seeing that they're just like itching for it. You know what I mean? They're like, come on, Sony, give me a reason. Give me a reason to go to PC because I'm already thinking about it. And the only question that needs to be answered is, how much does that matter to Sony? Because if Sony were to do these things, they're going to bring their games maybe, much quicker to PC, or they're just going to full-blown go day and date with everything on PC. They are basically doing what Xbox is doing, except just from console to PC, not console to console. So the messaging from Microsoft right now, the messaging from Phil Spencer is, we just want you to buy an Xbox for what it can do, and that's it. And he didn't say this, but what he's basically also saying in the same breath is, and if you don't want to, that's fine. You could just buy our games. That's cool too. That's more important to us anyway. Does Sony have that same outlook on console and PC? If I had to guess, Fishy, I don't think it's that simple. I think there are people inside of Sony that do see it that way, that they do see it as, we should just let go because the PS6 is going to be a extremely expensive console and people are going to want more options, and our main focus is going to have to be to make sure we can continue to sell software. But then I think there's also people internally at Sony where they're not for that. They're actually against it. They do think that there is still a certain level of importance to keeping some games exclusive, even if it's for a timed period, not rushing these games to PC, taking advantage of that exclusivity window. And we also have to factor in the most important thing here. The most important thing. And that is the future of consoles, man. Next generation. Because what you're talking about here, Fishy, is the idea of because you even say you care about trophies. And I think Sony at some point is going to release I would say a launcher at some point on PC that's basically just going to turn your PC into a PlayStation. I think that they made that clear through a job listing. Now, projects like that they're working on behind the scenes that they're hiring for, they can get canceled. But it seems like that's the direction they're headed in. So it seems like what Sony may end up doing, and this is a real possibility, is giving you the choice. Hey, you can buy our PlayStation 6 console, or you can game on PC and use our launcher. And if you do that, you're basically just going to turn your PC into what the PlayStation 6 would be, or what it would offer. Maybe not necessarily hardware-wise in terms of like GPU and CPU, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like if you boot up the Xbox app on your PC right now, like that literally converts your PC to an Xbox. Like it gives you the same experience as if you bought an Xbox console and hooked it up. Essentially the same experience anyway. But there's that lingering question. I mean, that real lingering question of like, but if you do that, then you're basically, you believe that there is no more, I'm trying to think of the best way to word this. It's not that there isn't any more growth. Sony knows that. Sony knows that they've hit the ceiling for home consoles. Microsoft knows this. Maybe Nintendo's in a slightly different position because they have a hybrid console. But generally speaking, it's universally accepted at this point that the ceiling has been hit for growth potential in the home console market. However, the thing that we need to always keep in mind when we're having these conversations is this. And I'm basically going to ask you a question. And I'm curious what some of your answers are. If the Xbox Series X and S combined right now, we're sitting at 70 million units sold. 68, 70 million, give or take. Do you think Microsoft would be doing what they're doing right now? And if the answer is no, why? If the answer is yes, tell me why. I'm curious because to me, that is really the major separating factor right now between Sony and Microsoft. The major separating factor is one console is still selling extremely well, on its way to 100 million. The other is not even going to hit like 35 million, seemingly. And I think that this is crucial in trying to gauge what Sony may or may not do in this space. Josh Z with a super chat. Thank you, Josh. Saying, I gotta be honest, I don't understand how PC is so popular. I'm a tech nerd and I get annoyed because it always feels like there are some extra steps I have to do to get things running, no matter the OS. Well, I know that there's like over 1 billion PCs out there, right? But I don't know what the number is. Like, how many PC gamers are there? Or does it just count? Like, if you have a PC, you're just automatically counted as a PC gamer? I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't really know just how popular PC gaming is or isn't. It seems like there are a lot of people that like to play on PC. And I'm kind of in a similar boat as you, Josh, where I've played games on PC, and it's funny to think that even growing up, I played games on PC. But even more recently, I've dabbled a little bit here and there with a couple things. And I've come to the conclusion that maybe I'm just a simpleton. I don't know. I just, when it comes to the console experience for video games, I genuinely appreciate the simplicity. But I also have no disdain or ill will whatsoever to those who prefer to be able to have the custom PC experience. You know, like I want to have all the options. I want to have as many things at my disposal as possible. I want to be able to use my PC for everything. I want to be able to mess with all the settings. I want to be able to customize and configure my PC exactly how I want. I want to make it look exactly how I want. I have no ill will towards that. I totally get that. Like, you want to be as in control as you possibly can. And I think that's what it is, Josh. I think the reason why PC is popular with a lot of people is because it gives you the most amount of just control. And part of that is you have to know what you're doing. You know what I mean? To a degree. You have to learn the ropes and learn how, like, you got to learn how to mess around with the settings, right? You got to learn how to even do that. You got to learn how to configure your PC. You got to learn specs. You got to learn, you got to install drivers and all this stuff. And to a lot of people, it's worth learning how to do that, because once you figure it out, you have more control than you ever would playing on a console. But I don't know. I find that I'm just kind of the opposite, where it's like, well, I don't know that stuff really matters to me that much, you know? Like with the PS5 Pro, for example, like here's the most powerful console on the market, and it's going to, hopefully run games better than any console out there. Games are going to look better on this console compared to any other console, but the simplicity is still there, right? Like, there's always going to be like those options of like, do you want performance or fidelity? But just plug in the console, put in my game disc, and that's the part that we're going to talk about later that I hope they don't remove that. Put in my game disc, install my game, and then that's it. That's it. That there should, like, from that point forward, there should be there's nothing else I have to do. Just literally plug and play. Of course, there are rare occasions where there's a little bit more to it, but I just think that people who like PC, they like the customization, they like the control, they like to be able to feel like they can manipulate as many possible things as they can. And I think for a lot of people who prefer console, it really does kind of boil down to, it's convenient, man. It's a box. You connect it to your TV. You connect it to your screen. You press the button. You download the game. You play the game, and that's it. And then you turn it off when you're done. You know what I mean? I think it's just really, it's that level of simplicity that I think makes people just kind of be like, yeah, I would like to have a dedicated gaming machine. That's why I think consoles are never going to go anywhere, because I think that's always going to be appealing to a wide group of people. Even if we did hit the ceiling for home console growth, I think we should also keep in mind that there's like hundreds of millions of people that buy consoles in total, That's a large market. That's nothing to scoff at. Antonio Lopes with a super chat says, the Switch 2 getting a ton of third-party support, it's going to be even harder than it already is today for Sony to money hat third-party games in the future. It'll be the first time in 2 decades, in fact. That's an interesting angle, Antonio. I actually didn't think about that. A lot of people are thinking that because Sony had to cancel... Bro, come on. Whoa. You're going to fall. Because Sony had to cancel so many of their live service games, people are anticipating that Sony's going to go on like a spending spree and money hat as many games as they possibly can. But you are right. The Switch is looking very, very, very appealing. The Switch 2, I mean, to every third-party publisher and developer. And so the Switch 2 is inherently going, just the fact that it can run third-party games, or most third-party games, most games that devs are probably making right now, or a lot of them, it's inherently going to increase the cost of, listen, Sony, we'll talk to you, and we'll consider taking your deal, but we're gonna have to factor in the Switch 2 now, and that's gonna make it more expensive for you, and that's gonna, I think, make Sony kind of question whether or not it's gonna be worth it. Is it gonna be worth it? And for the first time, and like you're saying, in 2 decades, it might really not be. Because I've always tried to tell people that I know they see Sony as the bad guy for money hatting games and keeping games off platforms, and I get it. I understand why people get annoyed by that, but we also have to understand, like, they're paying for it. Like, they are giving money There is a business exchange going on right now. And there's always the possibility that for Sony, it's not going to be worth it, dude. I think, to be honest, maybe with like Final Fantasy 16, maybe that wasn't worth it for Sony. Because I'm telling you, I think Sony thought it was going to sell more as well. And they probably paid a lot of money, not only to secure the exclusivity, but for marketing and everything else. So it's an interesting thought, Antonio, and not one that I really had up until this point, but something that I think Sony's absolutely paying attention to right now. Enough with the pseudoscience of PS5 first-party games coming to Switch 2. I mean, yeah, we can speculate, of course, but I think at some point we just have to just wait and see. I don't think Sony's giving any major, like, the sign is here. The sign's right in front of your face. We're going to be putting games on Switch 2. I really don't think Sony's giving that signal. And I think we have to just, take a step back and let them do what they're going to do. Poopy Snoopy again with the super chat. I feel silly reading your name, I'm not going to lie. But you're saying here, apparently 1.86 billion PC gamers from the latest available data. It's huge in China. I've PC gamed for years and never had problems, to be fair. It seems like everybody's experience on PC is slightly different, because I've seen that too. I've seen people say that they've never really had any problems. I've seen people say that they've had so many problems, they literally walked away from it. So it seems like it's just a kind of, considering how open PC is, I could kind of see how everybody's going to have a slightly, or maybe even very different experience. I've never had that many problems myself. Like I never had something happen where it's like, the worst I ever experienced was I tried to play, I think it was like the Left 4 Dead beta or something, or demo, and it just wouldn't play. But the reason for that was because my PC was absolute garbage. Like it wasn't possible for my PC to run it. I was upset because it was like, it could run it, but it was running at literally 3 frames per second. And I was like messing with the settings, and it like, even when I dropped everything to the lowest, it's just like, yeah, this isn't going to work. I'm like, oh, all right, well. Most PS5 games run most PS5s run most PS5 games perfectly. Different PCs run different games differently. You're saying that's why you stick with your PS5? And that's what I mean. There's a certain level of expectation. I mean, I think something we should highlight with PC gaming, and I think PC players can attest to this, no matter how much of a diehard PC player you are, I think you can attest to, there's always a little bit more trepidation with games and optimization. And I'm not saying that's PC's fault. I've always said that that's the developer's fault. If your game is not properly optimized for PC, you shouldn't release it on PC until it's properly optimized. But we've seen many times in the past where developers, they kind of push out these PC ports and they're just not really up to snuff, In some cases, worst cases scenarios, they're like complete disasters. In not even best case scenario, but in other scenarios, we see it runs well enough, but it does, it's not really taking advantage. Like I saw people saying how it's maybe pointless to buy the 5090, right? Because like hardly any games are going to do anything with that. Truly. And I don't know how much truth there is to that. But what I do know is it is true that developers do have to put a bit more time and effort into optimizing for PC, because there are so many different possible configurations. But that's the thing. If Sony's going to continue to embrace PC the way they are, that's something they're choosing to take on as well. Garrett Green, thank you for the milestone chat, buddy. A member for 15 months. Very much appreciate the support. You're saying no ill will towards PC gamers, but PC gaming will never appeal to me. I enjoy consoles. I use PC for work. Yeah, and the truth is, like, we can try to psychoanalyze why do people do what they do? Why do they buy what they buy? Why do they go where they go to play their games? But I don't know that it really matters that much. I think kind of what you're saying here, really, that's as far as it's got to go. I prefer to play here, and that's it. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. There doesn't have to be a rhyme or a reason. It's just that when we're in this environment right here, right now, discussing these things in depth, there's expected to be a rhyme and a reason. You know what I mean? But ultimately, I think it's fine. I think that the saying, play where you want to play, will always be true. And it's interesting because that's what Microsoft is embracing. And I think people like it. I do. I think people like, and here's what I want to know. You ready? Here's what I want to know. I want to know not if Microsoft can end the console war, because they did. Microsoft ended the console war by bowing out of it. They're still making a console, yes. They're still going to sell a console, yes. But they're not warring anymore. They're not fighting. I want to know how far Microsoft can take this. So, here's what's interesting to think. The original Xbox console sold, if I'm not mistaken, around 30 million units lifetime. The Xbox 360 sold, I think, about 86 million units lifetime. The Xbox One, I believe, sold about 40 million lifetime units. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think it was 40 million, maybe 50. I think 50 is pushing it, though. I think it stopped at around 40 million. The Xbox Series consoles are at, I believe, 30 million right now. Are my numbers really off? Let me double check. Hold on. Xbox One lifetime sales. Oh, what? That's from Wikipedia, 58 million. Really? Really? 58 million? I don't recall that. Yeah, Xbox 360, 84 million. This is from Wikipedia. Xbox 360, 84 million. Xbox One, 58 million. Original Xbox, 24 million. Okay, so I guess my numbers were a little bit off here. The Xbox One, 58 million is... I must have missed something, dude. Because I do not recall the Xbox One selling that many units. Well, either way, here's my point. This is the important thing that I'm trying to get at. The Xbox Series consoles, it's worth noting that the sales decline for the Series consoles began before they announced this initiative. So it's not like Microsoft came out and said, hey guys, we're going to start putting our games everywhere, and then their console sales just tanked. It's not like it was going and then just went like this. The way it went is the Xbox consoles went like this for the first year of the gen, and then almost immediately went like this for 2022, and then started to go like this. And then when Phil Spencer announced 4 games are going, then it just went like this. But the important thing I'm trying to highlight here is I'm pretty sure the console sales were going to go like this no matter what. Well, maybe not, though. See, I don't know. This is the conundrum, man. This is the conundrum. because people it depends on what you believe, man. Do you believe if Microsoft made games like Doom and Indiana Jones, and I know like upcoming games are not going to be on they are going to be on PS5, games like Blade, the next Elder Scrolls. Like, basically, if Microsoft did commit to exclusivity outside of Call of Duty, we'll just say not counting Call of Duty, but everything else was going to be exclusive, do you think the sales of their console would have skyrocketed? Do you think people would say, you know what, never mind, I'm not going to buy a PlayStation 5, I'm going to buy an Xbox now? Can you get comfortable, man? What are you doing? I'm asking this question because Microsoft seems to believe that wouldn't have happened. Because if it did, I think it's safe to say that they would have done it. They would have committed to that. I'm not sure what happened right there. Looked like it was supposed to be a milestone chat. I just find this whole situation fascinating because we've never seen anything like this happen in the console space. And it's understandable. Like, I always talk to you guys about how, man, it's insanity out there, right? You go on Twitter, you go in the comment sections, you go into different streams, you go on the Reddit, you go into different forums, and it feels like it's crazy out there. And everybody's got their crazy hot takes and their heavy-handed opinions. But the more I observe at what's going on, and I listen to what Phil Spencer's saying, and I observe what PlayStation's doing, and I see what's happening with Switch 2, the more I realize, like, man, nobody really has the answers here. Like, truly, nobody really has the answers. And I think people don't really like uncertainty. So people are going to give themselves whatever answer that they believe to be true, or whatever answer makes the most sense to them or fits, right? Because I think what you see is, like, Phil Spencer and what he's saying here. Phil Spencer making it very clear that it's just about the games. We want to get our games everywhere. If you want to buy our hardware, we want you to just buy it for its capability, not because of exclusivity. We're not going to gatekeep our games. I think what people kind of want to see is, like, man, can we see Sony do that too? Because if Sony did that too, then, not counting Nintendo, I mean, Nintendo's not going to do that. Nintendo's going to stick with exclusivity. But they'll, the idea of Nintendo being the only one, being the only exception to the rule, I think there's a lot of people who feel like that would be a good thing. Like, having this kind of landscape where I can just buy what I want. I can buy a PlayStation. I can buy a PC. I can buy an Xbox. It does not matter. And I will get all the games, except for Nintendo games. I mean, at that point, Nintendo might be the real winner. At that point, all Nintendo has to do is release a normal console again. And they kill both Sony and Microsoft in one fell swoop. I mean, console-wise. But there are people who I think they want to see this happen. But I am not convinced at this point in time that that's going to happen. I'm just not. And I don't think it's because Sony's an a-hole. Because I think that's how people try to frame it, like Sony's garbage, like they'll never do something like that. And this is why I brought up earlier, I'm like, that's why I asked the question, like, do you think Microsoft would be doing what they're doing right now if they'd sold 70 million Xbox Series consoles? I don't think they would. I really, really don't think they would. I think if the Xbox Series X and the Series S was sitting at 70 million units sold, I don't think you would see this interview out here with Phil Spencer right now. Basically, like when he was asked if Starfield's going to be, stay on Xbox, and he says no. I don't think that would exist, because I think Microsoft would see so much more value from the platform. There was something that Phil Spencer said in this interview that I want to highlight again, because I think it's very important to understand when we're trying to, I guess you could say, understand on a deeper, like, business level what's going on here. Why is Sony doing this but not doing that? Why is Microsoft doing all this but pushing the Xbox over that way? There's one thing that Phil said in this interview that I found particularly interesting. We have Poopy Snoopy with another super chat, and he says, Microsoft just sticking to console is not future-proof. Yeah, see, that's the question, right? Sony is sitting at around 70. I think they're at around 70 million at this point. PlayStation 5 sold. And so if you're Sony, you're like, well, that's good. Like, this is great. Our platform's really strong. We got tens of millions, if you count the PS4, like easily over 100 million people to sell to. I mean, I went and I checked the PlayStation Store, the pre-order section today, and I'm seeing that, like, dude, it's funny, we're having these conversations about the price of games going up. Meanwhile, I see games like Doom, I see games like that new Sniper Elite game, as well as Monster Hunter Wilds and Kingdom Come Deliverance. And these are the top selling games digitally, mind you, in the pre-order section. Assassin's Creed, and it's the more premium versions. Every price I see, it's like $100, $120, $90, $80. So literally, those are the better selling versions of all these games. And I'm like, dude, that is, that right there is why I don't think Sony is willing to do what Microsoft is, because do you know how much money Sony is making by being the platform leader for those games? Sales-wise. Sony's not getting 100% of that. They are getting 30%, but that's why I said that 30% really, truly adds up, man. And I think Sony is, because you have to think about it, like, Sony does have to be very careful about how they approach PC, because the biggest mistake I believe Sony could make with PC, you ready? The biggest mistake I think they could make is thinking they can take on Steam. This is the mistake that many a publisher has made. And they all, Steam is undefeated, bro. And I know Sony is a big company, and I think Sony has a lot of resources, and I think Sony, I wonder if internally Sony actually thinks in the future they could take on Steam. And I just don't think they can. If they thought they could, I don't think they would already be releasing their games on Steam. Let them try and find out. Yeah, that would be, I mean, I think they're going to try, dude, at some point. I really think so. But then again, that would require them delisting their games from Steam. And so that, I feel like, maybe already signals that maybe they're not going to. Maybe Sony's wise enough to know that we're not going to take on Steam. But the reason why I'm even talking about this is because Sony has to be ultra careful about what we talked about earlier, which is how many people are we going to lose to Steam? Because think about what Fishy said with his super chat. Hey, Sony, you do this, I'm going to PC. You put all your games day one on PC, that's where I'm going. Dude, the reality is simply this. A Steam PlayStation player, or let me word that differently. A Steam player who plays PlayStation games on Steam is nowhere near as valuable as a PlayStation player who plays PlayStation games on the PlayStation console. That is the most important thing to establish here. And I think what we are seeing Microsoft do, see, this is why I got to give so much credit. Truly. I mean, so much credit to Microsoft's marketing team, bro. And the way that they kind of empower the community and they like encourage them like, yeah, run with that. It's so smart because basically what I just said also applies to Microsoft until it didn't, because, well, technically that logic still applies, right? Like an Xbox player who buys an Xbox and buys Xbox games and plays them on their Xbox is a more valuable customer through and through than a PlayStation player who buys an Xbox game, or a Switch player who buys an Xbox game, or a Steam player who buys an Xbox game. Just through and through, they are a more valuable customer because you have them completely wrangled, I guess, if you want to put it that way. And that is where Sony has to be really careful about their approach to PC because, again, there are many who believe that the more aggressive Sony gets with PC, the more PlayStation players they're going to lose. And if that's true, you are, we talk about the idea of Sony losing 1 million sales if they go day and date with Wolverine or something on PC. You lose 1 million PS5 sales right off the bat. Maybe we should not underestimate the value of that 1 million. Because those are 1 million people who are on your platform, on your storefront, buying your game on your console. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. It's all about that Game Pass. It sure is. We have Amarius RM with a super chat saying, if you are a gamer, then you don't care about it. And I think that was in regards to me saying if Sony went everywhere. And yeah, and that's what's interesting, right? Is because I think sometimes I don't do a good enough job separating what I'm saying, where it's like I'm analyzing Sony's decision-making and their behaviors from a more business-oriented standpoint versus how I actually feel about it. Like, for example, you get, I think, certain PlayStation players, and I've seen this as well. Actually, I specifically saw a post the other day from like a person who is apparently a PlayStation fan, and they're like aggressively against Sony being on PC, but like to a degree where like they're like every day like advocating like, Sony, stop releasing your games on PC. Like, stop it right now. Stop doing that. Stop it. And it's just funny because it's like they're clearly not stopping. Like they're doing it even harder now. But like what's weird to me about that is just from a gamer perspective, like literally from the perspective of I'm a human being who likes to play video games. I like that really doesn't hurt you. You know what I mean? Gaming Survivor, I would consider making you mod, bro, as if you can handle the responsibility. Because the way I'm reading your message, it makes me nervous that you're going to go on some kind of crazy spree where I'm like, oh, man, I made a mistake. If you can handle the responsibility, if you can mod responsibly, if you can promise me you'd mod responsibly, I would consider making you a mod. El Unico's like, no. Yeah, bro, I'm going to see Gaming Survivor. He's like, you know what? Maybe I'll hold off on that. We'll see. I'll think about it. I'll sleep on it, Gaming Survivor. But the point I was trying to get at here is that at the end of the day, if you are a person who engages with video games, and you're somebody who engages with PlayStation games on the PlayStation console, if Sony says, yeah, we're going to put this game on PC, at the end of the day, that does not hurt you. It doesn't. But I think it's okay to ask the question, does that hurt Sony, though? Because, well, think of it this way. I am a customer. So if Sony says, hey, I'm putting this game on PC, and I, as the customer, I say, well, then I'm going to PC then. I'm out. I'm done with PlayStation. I'm going to PC. You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't hurt you. Because, like, if you're willing to go to PC, then I guess the assumption is then you'll be happy there, right? Because you're going to get your Sony game and you're going to get all the other games that you would play anyway. So the question then becomes, does that hurt Sony? And I'm fascinated. I'm interested in getting the answer to that question. Because if we can extract the answer to that question, then we can not predict, but we can have a much easier time speculating and trying to predict what they're going to do next and how they're going to do it. And I think it's important when we have these conversations truly to separate these two things. Because I think that there are like radicalized fanboys who, when they talk about it, it's like, I hate Sony for putting games on PC. And they don't really like have a truly valid reason except for, you know, I invested in this console because I thought I was going to get these games. And I would say that's a relatively fair point. But at the same time, it's like, you know, there's still games that they're releasing that are not dropping day one on PC. So, like, for example, if you didn't buy a PS5, if you didn't invest in a PS5, you would have had to wait for Returnal. You would have had to wait for Horizon. You would have had to wait for God of War. You would have had to wait for Spider-Man 2. So Sony didn't really like break their promise per se. But it's like, I don't know, man. It seems clear to me that Sony is trying to answer the question just as much as we are as onlookers and customers who are trying to figure out, like, what are you doing here? And that's why that one thing that Phil said I found so fascinating, because he basically said Phil Spencer was essentially downplaying the importance of being a platform holder. And that, to me, is some razor blade-esque marketing, bro, and PR. Be careful. That's some razor blade marketing and PR right there, because basically what he's saying is that, hey, the other platform holders that do find their platform as the most valuable thing, they're wrong. Like, that's low key the message here. They're kind of wrong. And it's like, wait, are they wrong? It's like, well, no, they're not. That's their bread and butter, and that would also be Microsoft's bread and butter if they could make it their bread and butter. That's the advantage Microsoft has, dude. They can weaponize the platform now, and that is crazy. That is something I would have never thought could be possible. But that's what they're doing. And I'm just so curious to see like how they continue to word these things and talk about them, because the weaponizing of the platform, and to be clear, when I say weaponizing a platform, I'm not talking against consumers or players, actually towards the other companies. That is an interesting thing to watch. Make it simple with the super chat. I'm running a little bit behind on the super chats. You're saying Xbox is making people realize it about games, not wars. Some people hate it. Others like myself are excited. This is what gaming is supposed to be about. Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. Make it simple. Is Microsoft, they're in this position because they decided to finally sacrifice the platform itself by being like, you know what? We're done trying to win the platform battle. We lost that because people are building digital libraries on the PS4. They already have digital libraries built on PC, and we're in last place, and there's just no way we're going to be able to catch up. So they give that up. And then, yes, they now have the benefit of like, we love you guys. Like, yeah, you can say that. You can say that. And you can say, you know what? We're not about keeping games exclusive to. We're not about gatekeeping those games. It's fair. Like, if you're putting the games out there on other platforms, and you're doing so at the detriment of your own platform, but you've deemed it a worthwhile and maybe even necessary calculated risk, then you absolutely are able to use this type of kind of razor blade-esque. We're just gonna cut you up, and you're not even gonna know it. We're gonna smile while we do it. Very smart. It's very smart. Kendallfire22, you're saying, been talking to some casual Nintendo fans, and they're not enthused by the Switch 2. Fascinated to see how it performs. Microsoft betting it all on it. Yeah, that's true. If the rumors are true, I said that's true if the rumors are true. If the rumors are true, it does seem like Microsoft is literally all in with Switch 2, bro. Like, they're going to make sure like every game is on Switch 2. And that's fascinating to me that you're saying it's anecdotal, of course. You're saying you've been talking to some casual Nintendo fans, and they don't seem to be enthused. I don't know. I still have a lot of. I'm still very bullish on the Switch 2. I think the Switch 2 is going to do even better than the Switch 1. And I'm telling you, I think the more casual market, or like the casuals, again, it's anecdotal, but the idea that the casuals aren't that excited, I think kind of makes sense. Because like, I'm just going to be brutally honest, man. Like, the Switch 2 trailer was not that exciting. It's like, here it is, the Switch 2. And it looks almost like exactly like the Switch 1. It's just an iteration. There are some improvements, but I think everything's going to change when I almost said Microsoft. Well, that'll be part of it. Microsoft announcing games for the Switch 2. I think everything's going to change when Nintendo hosts their event where they're like, here are the new Switch games. And it's a new Mario. It's all the Nintendo games. But also, is that Red Dead Redemption 2? Is that Assassin's Creed? Is that Starfield? Like, I think that's when the casual starts to go, whoa, hold on, what? Well, this is different. You know what I mean? I think that's when things really start to turn around for the more casual market. Boss, let go. Stop it. Guys, we're at 7 members on the day, by the way. So keep that in mind. We're at 7 members. If we get to 25, we can give Boss some of these. He literally almost just ripped the top of it off and knocked him everywhere. Dreadful83 with a super chat says, I think if Xbox stops putting their games on Game Pass day one and keep their games to themselves, they would be okay. I mean, I think they would be too. I think what's so interesting is for the first time ever, Microsoft is truly equipped. I don't say to take down Sony or Nintendo, but to actually, like, we could get to first place. We could do it. They had to pay over $80 billion to get into that position. And I think that's kind of that's the problem, right? Is it's like, listen, if you have to pay $80 billion to win, are you really winning? Knowing that we now have to recoup $80 billion and you want to do so in a closed ecosystem? But I think they would. I don't know, man. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I would have been so fascinating to see that outcome. Microsoft would still be making these moves if they sold 100 million series consoles. They want billions of gamers in their ecosystem. Yeah, you might be right about that. That whole idea of like we want billions of gamers, that seems like it was a mantra basically since like 2017 and 18. The biggest thing will be a party chat system, which is all but confirmed. Stop Sony from maining a Switch. That's so funny to think, dude. These cats are misbehaving right now. Digital Dude 25 with looks to be two $5 super chats. You're saying, if it's not about exclusives, then why can't you get a Big Mac at Burger King? MBG, I'm going to be honest, dude. You're starting to sound like these Xbots for real. Already making excuses. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on your view of it, Digital Dude. Like, listen, I'm at a point where I'm just going to be honest right now, okay? I'm going to be brutally honest, Digital Dude, and I hope I don't lose your support, but I'm just trying to be honest. I think I think some PlayStation fans need to kind of realize that the tides are shifting. And it's not so much about, well, is Sony going to follow Microsoft and do what they're doing and do exclusives not matter anymore? When I say the tides are shifting, what I mean is, like, dude, gaming as a whole, when it comes to platform holders, is as of right now, it is undergoing a major paradigm shift. And that includes Sony. Even with Switch, dude, the major paradigm shift for the Switch it's more subtle, but it's still, I think it's major, is that the Switch is going to get major third-party support, bro. That's something that just hasn't happened in a long time for Nintendo. When you talk about Microsoft, the paradigm shift for Microsoft is the most obvious, where it's like, well, I guess they're just kind of done with the console and exclusivity of any kind. Yes, that's the paradigm shift. The paradigm shift for Sony is they are still trying to run things traditionally, but as a corporation, Sony Corporation, they want to grow more rapidly and they want to achieve greater heights. And they are stuck in this position of like, well, how do we do that? And they're trying to figure that out. And exclusivity does play a vital role in that, where it's like, how important is exclusivity? How detrimental is it to maybe ease up on it a little bit? And Digital Dude, you're saying, I like console exclusives, so screw me, right? No. I want to make it clear. Can you stop? Stop it. I want to make it clear. There's nothing wrong with liking exclusives. There's absolutely nothing wrong with liking exclusives, because I think it is disingenuous for people to make it seem like exclusivity has never been an important factor in gaming. To me, that might be one of the most disingenuous takes, where it's like, no, it's always been important. In fact, even when we just look at Nintendo, like, dude, without exclusivity, what would Nintendo be? Without exclusivity, Xbox wouldn't even exist right now. There's a reason why, like, the original Xbox literally would not have stood a fucking chance in hell if it wasn't for Halo being exclusive to that box. It would have been over before it even started. There's a reason why Microsoft bought that. I think they were, I don't know if they bought Bungie from Apple or they basically took them away from Apple or whatever, or they got them before Apple did. Same thing with PlayStation. PlayStation wouldn't be where it's at today without exclusivity. These are just the facts, man. And so one of the most disingenuous takes you see on the internet from certain individuals these days is, well, exclusivity doesn't matter and exclusivity is stupid. And it's like, that is, I just think again, it's a disingenuous way to go about it. When I talk about telling people, like, it's not going to hurt you if Sony puts a game on PC, I'm really speaking towards the radical fanboys. Like, the real radical ones, where it's like, dude, if they were in charge of the business, they'd be in the ground right now. PlayStation would be in the ground. You know, I'm talking about those types of people. Exclusivity is something that has defined gaming and has been a vital part in creating the identities of these different brands and these different consoles and ecosystems. Is Xbox going to lose its identity by putting their games on PlayStation and Switch? Yes. Yes, they are. It's literally already happening. People are calling it Microsoft Gaming now. Phil Spencer just said in that interview we watched, Xbox. Box is in the name. It sure is. So we're going to keep making an Xbox, and that's fine. If that's how you want to keep the identity intact, I think that's fine. But the reality is, people are now going to view Xbox as a brand completely differently. It doesn't have to be a bad thing, but it is basically what you're pointing out, Digital Dude, and this is something I do take umbrage with, not with you, but just generally speaking. What you're pointing out, I think what you're really trying to highlight are the people who were once rah for exclusives, but once they found out that their particular platform is getting rid of them and actually putting their games on the other platform, on the other console, now they're all like, exclusives were always bad. Exclusives are just bad for everybody. What are you talking about? I think that's really what you're kind of speaking to here, because yes, I absolutely see that. And that to me is like, it's okay to acknowledge that exclusivity helped Xbox become what it is and get it to where it got to. It's okay. It's also okay to accept that they're getting rid of it and you're still going to be able to sleep at night. Hopefully. You're still going to be able to play games. It's also okay to be a little like this. One thing I want to say is a little bit unfair too. Can we acknowledge that it's okay for certain Xbox players to feel a little bit upset? It's okay. Like it's not, as long as you're not losing your mind and, you know, being like that kind of person that's like flipping the table and taking a sledgehammer to your console or some crazy shit like that. As long as you're not doing that, it's okay to be a little bit upset that, like, dude, everything I thought everything that got me to this point with the brand, they're undoing it. Or they're going in a completely different direction. And that's not really what I signed on for. Yeah, that's okay. Like, that shit happens all the time. That's why I think it's okay that if PlayStation is going in these different directions, if they do end up going in these different directions, I think it's totally okay for PlayStation players to be like, you know what? I'm good. It was a good ride, Sony. I'm going to go to PC or I'm going to go to Switch or whatever, you know? I think that's fine. Hey, stop it. I'm going to talk about wars. My cats are over here warring with each other. All right, I'm just gonna have to break my rules here. I can't deal with these cats anymore, dude. Come on. I guess really what I'm trying to say here, ultimately, is that it's okay to acknowledge that things are changing and that things changing might not be as bad as some people make it sound like it's going to be, whilst simultaneously acknowledging that I kind of like the way things were and it was nice that way and I didn't really see any problems with it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with that take. And unfortunately, where we find ourselves right now is in a space, or in a time, I should say, where in this space, that can't be possible. You're either exclusives, that's old news, nobody cares, they're bad for gaming, and if you like exclusives, you're toxic to gaming, or it's, everything's got to be exclusive, and without exclusivity, nothing matters, and gaming doesn't matter. It's like, why can't it just be something a little bit more realistic, rational, and understandable? You know, kind of like what I just described. I think it's comical, dude. It is comical to me to think that even today you see people on the internet and they're so vehemently against exclusivity and they condemn it to a degree where it's like, I guarantee you some of your best gaming memories probably come from a game that was exclusive to a console, and you probably look back fondly on that console, and that game being exclusive to it is probably a huge reason why. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it. So it's okay. Like, that's the point. It's okay. It's okay to care about exclusives and like exclusives and feel as though they've played a vital role in the gaming world. And it's okay if they want to continue to play a vital role. It's also okay to be open-minded to the idea of, like, what would it be like without exclusives? What would it be like if they gave up exclusivity? Maybe that, there might be some different opportunities that open up. And it's also okay if you are going in that direction to miss the idea of exclusivity, because let's face it, man, I know we talk about the console wars and whatnot, but come on, like, I don't think we can honestly sit here and say to ourselves that we didn't enjoy seeing Microsoft and Sony just, at E3, especially when there was a new console generation, just trying to, who's going to knock who out, man? Who's going to, like, somebody's getting knocked out. We know they're going for each other here. They're both going to take their swings. One of them's going to land, one of them's going to miss, or maybe they'll both land. And they're just going to duke it out till, to the 10th round or some shit. I just think people are being too disingenuous these days, where it's like, that stuff was fun. Like, it was fun, dude. It was always fun watching Sony and Microsoft fight for your dollar. Buy our console. Come on, buy our console. Look at these games we got, baby. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It was always cool. And there was nothing wrong with kind of rallying around the one that you preferred. It's like, well, I think they do this better. Or I think they do this a little bit better. Oh, I think they have a better controller. Oh, did you see that game? Come on, you ain't got nothing like that. But I think the problem is it's become so volatile where it's like people are now getting like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just a culture thing these days, but those days are gone. Where it's like, it used to be a little bit more innocent. It used to be just a little bit more, at the end of the day, I think everybody could kind of just laugh about it and be like, well, you get yours, I'll get mine. We'll enjoy what we want to enjoy. These days, now it's like, no, I think you're actually vile scum. if you do that. It's I don't know, man. Things have gotten pretty crazy. And so that's why at this point, I just kind of advocate for, or I'm trying to advocate for, it's okay for two things to be true at one time. It really is. It's okay. It's okay for Microsoft to let go of exclusivity. It's okay if Sony doesn't want to yet, or if they're not going to. It's okay for Nintendo to have exclusives. It's okay for Microsoft to say, you know what? Our console's just a thing that's out there, and if you want it, get it. If not, here's our game. Please buy it. And there's Game Pass. You know, it's okay for Sony to be like, listen, we sold 70 million consoles. This is how we make money. We make money through our ecosystem, and we don't want to shrink. We don't want to go downwards. So this is kind of what we're going to stick with. These things are okay. They really are. Because at the end of the day, the truth is nobody's forcing you to do anything. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. And at the end of the day, I think all we really want collectively is to just get amazing games. And that's one reason why people advocate for exclusivity sometimes. Some people advocate for it because they really do believe that, listen, if a development team is focused on making one singular product, a singular game for one platform, just one piece of hardware, they're likely going, I mean, we've literally seen it. They're able to extract more from that hardware. They're able to take more time to develop one game and get it to a point where it's like, yeah, we can release it on PC. It's just going to take longer. I'm not saying if the game were to release on PC, suddenly the game is undone. Like, literally, that's not true. Like, Spider-Man 2 is not going to be less of a game because now it's on PC. It's just, people, I guess what I mean to say is people associate it with that. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, when people would see Uncharted, like, that's a PlayStation game, and they see how polished it is, they see how optimized it is, the attention to detail, it starts to feel like, man, that's kind of like a PlayStation thing. You know? That's a PlayStation thing right there. Hold on. Now, maybe the bubble gets burst a little bit, where it's like, well, it is a PlayStation thing technically because it's Naughty Dog. It's a PlayStation-owned studio, but it's not literally like a PlayStation console thing. Because the reality is this game can run on PC, and they're putting it on PC, and you can kind of scale it up and down. Oh, okay. You see what I'm saying? It's like, but that's kind of where people's minds are, or where they were, or how they were conditioned, based off of the way these things were marketed, based off of the way that they were distributed. Hold on. Luna, you are... All right. I know I got a direct donation. Let me make sure I read the rest of these super chats, though. Rashdom V2, you're saying, don't believe the online cynicism about the Switch 2. Look at the reveal views of the Switch 2 trailer and the likes. It's not, if that's not hype, I don't know what is. I actually didn't check that out. How many views? I mean, it must have a lot, right? I mean, I assumed it was going to get a ton of views. No, I'm more in that lane, Rashdom. I think the Switch 2 is I think it's gonna crush. I think the Switch 2 is gonna crush. I'm really curious to see, like, I feel like with the upcoming Switch 2 event, because that's where they're going to show off the games and have the big reveal for all the games. That's not a make or break situation, because I think the Switch 2 is made no matter what. But I think Nintendo has the opportunity, depending on how many games they show, what type of games they show, and how much third-party support they get at that showcase. I mean, that could really, I think, skyrocket things. Poopy Snoopy again says, yeah, I think S2 got more views than the PS5 reveal. Really? Hold on, let me check. Switch 2 trailer. It's currently at 19 million views in 10 days. Well, the PS5 trailer, I imagine, is well beyond that at this point, because the PS5 trailer has been out for 4 years, 44 million views. Okay, I mean, I guess we'll see. 19 million views in 10 days, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. I want to go over this after I read this direct donation, though. Something else regarding what Phil Spencer said. RichRod tipped $2. RichRod, that's going to be 3 memberships. You're saying, Colt, now certain games are first party, right? I hope you get locked up. I'm sorry. I hope you get locked up for stupidity and your mom has to hear from within that you're somebody's wife inside. Oh, RichRod. Listen, man. It's a bit extreme. That's a little bit extreme. And there's another RichRod donation. Struggle Boxing's like, bruh. Well, the whole conversation around what games are first party, what games are not. I don't really think it matters anymore, dude. I don't think it matters anymore because I think people are just going to decide what they want. Like, if there's one thing I've learned and I'm continuing to learn about the way these things work is people decide for themselves. Like, and it's just a matter of like, well, how many people are going to agree with you? That's the question. But yeah, at the end of the day, people are just going to decide for themselves if they want a game to be first party or they want it to not be. They're going to make that decision for themselves, and they'll contort it and twist it any way they need to make it first party, make it third party, whatever. It is what it is. Let me see here. So there's another part to this. There's another part to the Phil Spencer situation here. I'm going to play this clip as well.
Can you solidify that Starfield's staying put for the time being?
No, like I'm not. There's no specific game that this kind of goes back to my red line answer. Mm-hmm. Like, there's no reason for me to put a ring fence around any game and say this game will not go to a place that it would find players, where it would have business success for us. What we find is we're able to drive a better business that allows us to invest in great game lineup like you saw. And that's our strategy, right? Our strategy is to allow our games to be available. Game Pass is an important component of playing the games on our platform. But to keep games off of other platforms, we don't think is a path that that's not a path for us. It doesn't work for us. What we're doing now, we think really enables us to build the best platform for the world's best games, because the world's biggest games are available in multiple places. And more creators are asking us, how do we stay connected when our game might be playable in all these different places? And we want Xbox to be absolutely the platform that enables that. We think that makes us unique. Most of the other platforms out there are single platform on single device, whether that's PC, whether it's mobile, whether it's a console. And we want Xbox to be a platform that enables creators across any screen that people want to play on.
I hear you. That makes
So that was the other thing where, you know, Phil Spencer was asked just point blank if Starfield's going to remain put or not. And he just said, no, he's not putting any type of fence around any game. And he even referred to his own quote about no red lines. So was Bro about to say that makes absolute sense? Mm-hmm. It almost sounded like he was going to say that makes absolutely no sense. But I want to go back to this for a moment. Hold on. Where was it? Did I lose it? No, I got it right here. Hold on.
Find as many players as they want. And frankly, there aren't many platforms out there that try to build connections to people on so many different screens. It's almost like single platform, single device, single game. And that's kind of the history of our business. And we're really taking an approach of we want people to be able to play Xbox on many different screens. Now, not every experience will be the same. We obviously love the native experience we have on our own platform and our own hardware. And that's something that will continue for us. But we're not going to put walls up around where people can engage with the great games our studios are building, or where they can experience Xbox through different forms, whether it's cloud, whether it's on PC, whether it's on handheld PCs, whether it's on phones. I want everybody to be able to play on Xbox. And it does mean more of our games shipping on more platforms, not just PlayStation. We love the work that we do with Nintendo. We love what we do with Valve on Steam. And that's going to continue. We'll just continue to do more of it because what we learn is put the games first. Make sure the games can be as great as they can. We love the experience on our own hardware, our own platform, but our games will show up in more and more places, no doubt.
There is concern in the community about, well, you're putting all these games on these other platforms. Why would I still want an Xbox? What is going to be the reason for me to want Xbox hardware when I can get that experience on another platform?
Yeah, I want people to pick hardware based on the capabilities of that hardware and how that fits into the choices they want to make about where they want to play. And we want our hardware to win based on the hardware capabilities that we have. I think the difference that we've seen in the last 20 years, and I think this is good because I come from building games, it's really game first, not platform first. Most of the games you and I will talk about run across so many different platforms. And those are the games that are having
So, all right. So the reason why I'm listening to this back again is because the more I'm listening to the way Phil Spencer's talking, it's more. We've learned it's more game first, not platform first. Like, holy shit! This is crazy. Like, the more I think about it, I'm like, man, Microsoft really is. They keep talking about platforms. They keep talking about we're not trying to like gatekeep our games. We're not trying to keep our games off of other platforms. You know, for other platforms, it's one game, one platform, that game on that platform. You go to this platform. And the more I'm thinking about this, I'm like, dude, what we are witnessing right now is Microsoft's attempt to, and I guess, I don't know, I question whether I believe it or not, Microsoft's attempt to convince me and you and everybody else, to convince the entire industry that the way things were done before it's not viable anymore. Like that's the wrong way now. The right way is the way we're doing it. And that's interesting because I think, well, let's go back to this for a moment. Actually, the Genius 200X with a $5 chat. Thank you, buddy. You're saying the way things are spun does not make them unique. It makes them third party. Exactly. See, you're picking up on it too, the Genius 200. you're picking up on it too, where it's like the way that they're kind of spinning it is, it's the fact that they are coming at it from a unique perspective in a way, right? Like it's not totally untrue. Like, it's unique. Like, yes, it is unique. You're a console manufacturer and you're a third-party multi-platform publisher. You're a third-party multi-platform publisher with a console and a platform. These two things don't mix. They just don't mix. Nintendo isn't that. Nintendo won't be that. Sony isn't that. It seems likely Sony won't be that. I mean, even if I'm not mistaken, even Valve has some exclusives. Like, it's interesting because their position, like, I don't think what people realize is that Microsoft basically, they're saying, yes, we're making a console. You can buy that. We want you to buy that console for the capability. We don't want to force you. It's because Microsoft has already accepted that, dude, the consoles, it's over. And I guess it really just boils down to, do we believe it? Does Sony believe it? Does Nintendo believe it? Who else believes it? He's talking about, like, he's talking about it's games first. It's games first. Like, dude, yeah, because you're a publisher now. Like, when, like, I guess my question is, like, when has it ever not been games first? That's all. Like, it's just, when has it not been games first? It's always been games first. And I get it. These are the talking points, but the undermining of the platform is what's fascinating here, dude. This is truly interesting to see, man. Snoopy Poopy, you're saying, how many times can you pretend to be shocked at Microsoft? I'm not pretending to be shocked. Don't mistake my enthusiasm to engage in this discussion with shock. I'm not shocked. And if I said I am, I guess I'm being a bit hyperbolic about that. But it's fascinating, dude. Like, it's fascinating that if you were to follow the things that Phil Spencer said, starting with the Xbox One in 2013 up until now, it's like I said, strategies change. And it's like, oh, is Phil Spencer a liar? Of course he's lied. Every gaming exec has lied at some point. But what's fascinating is he's been, I mean, you're talking about the biggest shift with the same person out here. The biggest shift we've ever seen from a platform holder and a console manufacturer with the same person at the helm. And his undermining of the platform is not something I think I anticipated. That is what's a little bit surprising to me. And it's interesting to think he's doing this, and you know, he's PR trained. I mean, Phil Spencer's, he's a PR master at this point, but he's PR trained on what to say, how to tackle these questions, how to word them. And I just wasn't expecting, I mean, maybe you could make the argument that, well, of course they have no choice but to undermine their own platform when they're basically prepping people for all of their games to come to their platform. But the way it's being talked about as like Microsoft really believes that they're forging a path. You get what I mean? Like a path that other platform holders should follow. And this is why I think it's important to pay attention to, oh yeah, you know, it's not platform first and then game. It's game first, then platform. And I'm like, I mean, for you, yeah, because your platform is the weakest of them all. And that's what's interesting is like the way it's being discussed, the way people are picking up on it. It's almost like, I don't know. It seems to me like this is Microsoft's attempt at potentially trying to also undermine Sony and Nintendo's platforms. In a sense. And it's smart. Again, I understand from their perspective why they're going to do this. But I just think it's a bit funny in a way where it's like, would it, like, what if Sony were to say, you know what, Phil? You're right. You're right. We've been doing it wrong this whole time. We're gonna do it the way you're doing it now. What happens to the PlayStation platform? That's a real question. That's a serious question, dude. What happens to the PlayStation platform? I mean, maybe it's fine. Or maybe it crumbles. But let me ask you this. I'll ask you this question. If you were in Sony's position, what would you do? Would you listen? Would you look at what Microsoft is doing right now and say, I think this might be a better overall strategy. Maybe we should do this too. But maybe we'll be just fine. Like, would you do that? Or would you just kind of stick to what you've been doing? Follow the money? That's interesting because that's exactly what Sony's doing. And they're making the money. And that's the funny part about it. You'd put the games everywhere. I don't know, man. If I was Sony, I would be I'd be looking at this and I'd be like, all of our money's made through our platform. The question is this: what is more valuable at the end of the day? A platform with 120 million people, a platform with 120 million people, or 40 plus studios with millions upon millions upon millions, tens of millions of game sales in total, some of them being live service. What's more valuable? I think that's really what this boils down to. And I think what's interesting is Microsoft is going in this direction because I think that they've deemed the publishing side more valuable now than the platform side. But of course they would. Like, how could they not after buying Activision? I don't know. It's interesting to hear the new, it's a new year, new round of interviews, new marketing, new messaging, new strategy. Snoopy Poopy again with a super chat. Thank you, buddy. Saying, you've said it yourself before that all three companies have their own strategies. Why does it matter what Microsoft does? Well, I think it matters what Microsoft does now more than ever because it's literally directly affecting people who play on PlayStation. Like, it's everything Microsoft has done before has had some kind of impact on Sony, as in, like, Sony needs to pay attention because this is their competition. But literally now, it's like whatever Microsoft chooses to do impacts what we do or do not play, what we can expect to play or not play, right? I just happen to I can't help myself, but because you're right, I have said that. And I still believe that. I still believe that regardless of what Phil's saying in this interview, Sony still has their own strategy. They're still going to do what they believe is best. They're not going to just suddenly, oh my God, we just heard that new Phil interview. We got to like change our whole strategy. Like, no, it's not going to be like that. But I can't help but evaluate it from all angles. And Meow comes in and drops a single membership gift. Meow, thank you so much for that, for keeping the member train going, bringing us up to 8 members on the day. So we have 8 today, 509 in total, 507, I mean. Guys, remember, you can always drop single gifts. We appreciate the 5 bombs, the 10 bombs, the 20 bombs, and the occasional 50 bomb. RichRod, I'm not going to be able to read another RichRod direct donation until he coughs up some membership gifts. Let me see. I see your direct dono, RichRod. Guys, you got to help Rich out. If you want to hear the RichRod donation, we're going to need, well, Meow dropped one. So we're going to need 4 more memberships. We're going to need 4 more memberships to read this, RichRod. Rich, you could just drop a 5 bomb yourself, buddy. You know you want to. Steam takes their 30% and doesn't even need to release games to make money. The platform is much more valuable. Well, going back to the last super chat. I mean, all 3 companies having their own strategy. It's true. And maybe my problem here, if you want to call it a problem, maybe my mistake, my misstep, is that I do continue to kind of feed into this notion, and maybe it's just because I'm used to it, right? Maybe I'm still trying to adjust to, like, bro, Phil Spencer literally just said they're gonna be bringing more games to PlayStation and Switch. Like, he just said that. And I'm still, like, trying to look at it from these different angles of, like, competition, competitiveness. But in reality, it's like, no, dude. Like, everybody's just doing their own thing. I can't help it. Old habits die hard. You know that. Rich, I still got your I still have your dono, man. So if we get 4 more memberships, I'll read it. I'll give it some time. I did get a direct donation from Venino, which something tells me is not. Let me see. $4 direct donation from Venino. The future is about software. Hardware, will be useless in 10 years or less. Phil's approach is the PC way. You choose your hardware and your own experiences. See, you're not wrong. I think what you're getting at here is that hardware is going to become less and less important as time goes on. The games are never going to lose their importance because that's what people care about more than anything. That's what we're here for, games. I do agree with this. However, this is where I'm saying, like, the platform is not going anywhere, though. Like, let me put it to you this way. Imagine this for a moment. Let's say after the PlayStation 6, let's just, it's a hypothetical scenario. PlayStation 6 comes out, it's just like the PS5. Timed exclusives until they go to PC, right? But that's it. Let's say after the PlayStation 6, there is no PlayStation console, which I know it's not realistic. I'm not trying to be realistic with the timetables here, but let's just say after the PlayStation 6, there is no PlayStation console. Instead, PlayStation is an app. And that app you can get on all devices. Your phone is a PlayStation. Everything's a PlayStation, right? What do you think the chances are that by the time Spider-Man 4 or 5, like whenever, let's just say it around that time, PlayStation turns into an app. There's no more, you can buy a console if you, like when I say there's no more console, I just mean it's not like the console isn't the push anymore. It's just like, yeah, there's this PlayStation console. You can still buy it. It's not much different than the PlayStation 6, yada, yada, yada. But PlayStation is an app now and it's everywhere. PlayStation being everywhere means that basically when you open PlayStation up on your phone, on your TV, on your PC, like it's still a platform. Just like Steam. Like Steam is on Windows, but Steam is the platform, right? Why wouldn't Sony want to turn to you and say, yeah, Spider-Man 5 is exclusive to PlayStation? Even if it's just for a year. It's timed. But why wouldn't, like, do you see what I'm saying? Where it's like, it still matters to the platform. Like, that's the argument for exclusivity from a business perspective, where it's like, at the end of the day, even when we whittle it down to what's it all about, it's about the games. Yes, but there's always going to be platforms to facilitate the playing of those games. And as long as there are platforms to facilitate the playing of those games, you're going to have companies that say, but what if we just made our games exclusive to sweeten the deal? Why would we go to your platform when you have zero exclusives at all? Like, you have nothing unique because you release everything everywhere. But I could go to this platform over here when they have a bunch of stuff. Even if it's timed, I still get it. That's what I think people might be missing here, is that's why I'm highlighting the way Phil's talking about platforms is fascinating to me, because it's like he is not acknowledging this part of it. He's not acknowledging the part of it that basically says, like, dude, that's fine. Like, it's fine that you want to let people pick and choose where they want to play, but you're going up against other platform holders that are sweetening the deal with games that you're not going to get on your platform. That's always good. Like, hardware or not, that's going to persist. That's going to persist, man. And that's because, well, I think the platform is basically, I think in Microsoft's own view, the platform is the least important thing. I think it's publishing, number one, Game Pass, number two, platform, third. I think for Sony, it's platform first, publishing second, PlayStation Plus third. And I think for Nintendo, it's obvious. You know, platform first, publishing second. It's the same thing, really, except Nintendo's really behind with their subscription service. But I don't know, man. I think it's interesting that, like, there's something truly fascinating about watching a platform holder that their entire mantra was, we're going to try to have our own exclusives to win people over, to then go, you know, to flip it and be like, we're not doing that. It's not working for us. That's not a path for us. We're going to put everything everywhere. It's fascinating to watch that happen and see how the conversation around exclusivity begins to change and to morph. Because it's kind of like what Digital Dude said earlier. He's like, well, I like exclusives, so I guess screw me then. Huh? It's like, no, dude, like, exclusives are not going anywhere. Like, listen, the moment Sony or Nintendo, and I firmly believe this, you think $5 donation should count towards your tax? Maybe. I'll think about that one, Rich. I think what we're going to realize at the end of the day, like, all right, let me ask you this real quick. If Sony wants to be a publisher, what incentive do they have to follow in Microsoft's footsteps? If publishing was Sony's main priority, what incentive do they have to follow in Microsoft's footsteps? Yeah. Okay, you're saying PlayStation fans, you're saying some PlayStation fans don't understand that PlayStation's corporate view of Microsoft is as a partner now. They all want to make money together. The war's over, and you're on an island not having been informed the battle is done. Peace has been made. I'm up in that tree, bro. I ain't coming down till 27 years later. And even then, I still ain't going to believe it. It's okay, man. The war's over. It's been over. Victor Perez with the, or hold on, we have sorry, I went a little bit ahead. Otaku Shaku says Xbox is going to help PlayStation reach the moon with all these games on our platform. Even Nintendo benefits. Only losers are Xbox console owners. Yeah, you bunch of losers. It's so funny that I read that right after reading what OK said. The war's over. Otaku Shaku, I think you're still in the tree, man. You're still on the island in the tree. It's cool. It's cool. No, I mean, I really, listen, I really do believe that Phil said the right thing. I got to be honest with you, man. I think Phil said the right thing because he's being as truthful as he can. I mean, that's what's funny is that we're always talking about, man, Phil Spencer, all the times he's lied. But this is the one thing where he's like, dude, I want you to buy an Xbox for its capability. I mean, it doesn't get any more clear cut than that. It's literally like, I want you to look at the spec sheet and I want that to be the reason why you buy the Xbox and nothing else. We're not going to give you any other reason to buy this Xbox. And I'm like, damn, dude, that's shooting about as straight as you can when it comes to what's about to happen with the Xbox hardware. And so I think it's a bit extreme to label people losers who decide to buy that. But I just think that if you are a consumer or a customer who has any interest in console gaming at all, like if you're thinking about buying any consoles, I think you do have to hesitate and really think about whether or not it's going to be worth it for you to buy an Xbox console. Because if you were expecting anything other than, well, you know, I didn't just buy it because of what it's capable of. Even Phil Spencer's telling you know, you might want to rethink it. Like he's straight up telling, like it would be like, it would be like Sony coming out with the PlayStation 6 and being like, yeah, we just want you to, and they could, but I don't think they will. Like, we just want you to buy it because it's more powerful. So, you know, it's the next console, but we don't really got anything else for it. I don't know what to tell you. You see, we hit the goal. I'm going to have to owe you guys some reps. 20 reps for 20 super chats. Thank you for that, guys. Here's what we can do. Here's what I'll do. So we hit that goal. I'll do some reps at the end of the stream. I'm going to start another goal. All right. The next goal is 5 super chats. And I'll read RichRod's dono. There you go, Rich. I can still make it work for you and me. And whoever wants to hear your donation. Luke Vadgers. I don't know. I think I said that wrong. Vadgers. Luke. I'm just calling you Luke. I'm sorry. Luke says, MBG, I'm freaking out about the Xbox momentum, and I'm tired of us. Always, it's good to see these got canceled when it's a huge red flag. Luke, it's okay. Calm down, Luke. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. Xbox is gaining momentum as a publisher, and that's not going to hurt PlayStation fans. Okay? I see people, they make jokes online, and they say things like, man, Xbox is delivering those games for PlayStation. PlayStation is relying on Xbox. so on and so forth. And I'm like, yes, they are. And that is not a bad thing. PlayStation players are not losing by getting those games. However, the one thing I do want to say here is you're saying, I'm tired of us always saying it's good that games got canceled. I want to make it clear. I don't know who you're referring to as us. I can only assume, and maybe you don't mean this, but I can only assume you mean me too. Like you're grouping me in that. I've made it clear that, time and time again, Luke, that you got to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. I've had 2 dedicated streams basically ripping in the Sony for their screw up and how they even got into this position. And then I had another stream after that also trying to see the upside here. Because there is, again, you take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. The upside is it's better to cancel the games now and throw them in the trash now and start developing new games now than spend another 2 or 3 years making a failed game and then releasing that failed game 2 or 3 years from now. The situation sucks, but you know what they say, when life hands you lemons, you got to make lemonade, right? I got to say this too, and it's not in the name of being defensive, but it's just like, what is up with people pretending like Ghost of Yotei and Wolverine and Death Stranding 2 and Intergalactic don't exist? Has anybody noticed this recently? I've absolutely noticed this, and I think it's a little bit ridiculous. All right? If you want to say, hey, Microsoft is a bigger publisher than Sony and has more games coming out than Sony. Look at Microsoft's lineup. They have more games than you're even going to be able to handle. Okay, that's fine, and I think that's true. But you can't come out here and say that and then pretend that Sony doesn't also have some games coming, man. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate it just because it's like, dude, these aren't some small fry games we're talking about here. Ghost of Yotei could very well be one of the biggest games that comes out this year. Same with Death Stranding 2. And it's just strange to me that people, I encounter too many people that are like, what even is that, bro? What even is Yotei of Ghost of? Was that some made-up game? You're that desperate? You're making up games now? And I'm like, well, I guess. Why didn't that count? All right. Yes, I did play Silent Hill 2 and I platinumed it. Amazing game. Poopy Snoopy again. Thank you for all the super chats, Poopy Snoopy. I do appreciate it. I don't like reading your name, but it's okay. It's okay. You're saying still rumors. Sony selling Spider-Man back to Marvel. I got to see this. I don't believe that for a second. Where are these rumors coming from, dude? I see a Reddit thread from 1 month ago. Sony considering selling Spider-Man rights back to Marvel. Yo, hold on. If Sony were to do this, it would, I guess, people are thinking this, or these rumors are popping up because of how bad or how big of a failure the Spider-Man connected universe was, the Sonyverse, the Sony Spider-Verse. Dude, okay, I got to tell you this real quick. I didn't watch the Kraven movie, Kraven the Hunter. I didn't watch it. I saw how panned and how bad it was. It just got critically panned, dude. I came across this clip on YouTube. It was like 10 seconds long. And the clip was titled, "That Weird Scene in Kraven Where Rhino Screams." And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's such a weird title. And it's only 10 seconds. I couldn't help but click it. And apparently it was somebody who filmed the movie like they were, filming from their phone. And there was this scene of Rhino. I think it was Rhino before he was in before he looked normal. And he was like really angry. Like one of his, does anybody know what I'm talking about? There has to be somebody here who knows what I'm talking about, because he was like standing in front of a bathroom mirror or whatever. And one of his like goons came in and said, "They're all dead." And Rhino gets like really angry, and he does this. It wasn't even a scream. He makes this sound. Like the actor. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Mr. B. Thank you. I'm like, I literally was like, that's not real. I was like, that's not in the movie. I'm like, that's edited. Somebody edited this to make it seem like this was in the movie. And then I discovered, no, dude, that's in the movie. That's a real scene in that movie. And I'm like, I don't believe it. If you want to know what I'm talking about, just go open up another tab, go on YouTube, and just type in Craven Rhino Scream. And it'll probably be the first thing that comes up. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, dude, what is that sound that man just made? Like, and people were saying they were supposed to edit a sound in or edit a scream in. But even if that's the case, dude, like the sound that guy made, it sounded like, I don't even know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to go on this tangent, but I literally could not believe that somebody whose job it is, they got paid by Sony to edit this movie, to go over this movie and go over it with a fine-tooth comb, and they saw that and they were like, release it. Crazy. All right, back on track here. Victor Perez, you're saying, are you now going to stream Goated Blade Zero? That trailer is sick AF. Sekiro mixed with Ninja Gaiden and Devil May Cry. I hope there is a collector's edition. Yeah, at some point when that game comes out, I could see myself doing some kind of gameplay stream, some kind of gameplay with it. I'm just not sure. I'm not allowing myself to get overly excited just because I am anticipating this game isn't coming out till sometime in 2026. But I do agree. That that it looks like it's going to be a top tier game. Like the combat looks like it's going to be S tier. The animation work is S++ tier. You're saying, by the way, Nosferatu was so good, highly recommend it. Yeah, I'm going to have to check it out at some point. I'm sure at some point I'll end up watching it. But yeah, Phantom Blade Zero looks amazing. We have Yo Peeps with a $5 super chat saying, Microsoft just wants to eliminate console and PC in order to push everyone to cloud. It's the long game. I do agree that Microsoft is playing the long game. The idea of pushing them to cloud, though, I'm not convinced on that one. I think that that's the dream of all of these companies. I think if Sony and Microsoft and even Nintendo in the long run, if they could make it so that the only way you're going to play any of our games is through the cloud, they would absolutely love that. That would be the best way, because it's just, I mean, it's the equivalent of being subscribed to Netflix except for games, and that's the only way you can access content. You have to just stream it. There's no semblance of ownership whatsoever. I'm not about cloud gaming, right? At least not right now, dude. I don't think I'll ever be like a cloud gamer. Like, even if 20 years from now, that's how everybody's playing games. If there's just not, it's not feasible. It's just not. There's always going to be people who want native hardware. No matter what. Doesn't matter how advanced or how good or how perfect streaming is or how convenient it is. It's kind of how I feel about physical games, which we're going to talk about that as well. People are always going to want it, man. They're always going to want it. And I think there's, more importantly, there's always going to be a company or different companies that want to serve that. Like, there's money to be made. There are customers who are willing to pay for this, no matter how unpopular it may be now. Let's make some money. Yeah. Luke, once again, you're saying exclusive carried PlayStation before. Third party carries PlayStation now. We have to understand PlayStation doesn't have the cadence for first party to matter. I don't know about that one, because I feel like what you're trying to say here is that Sony had a much better cadence for exclusivity back when games took a lot less time to make. And that's true, right? When studios, I mean, you think about like Naughty Dog, we could put out 3 Uncharted games in one generation. Now we're looking at a generation where we get one new Naughty Dog game. You know, there's no denying that the cadence for PlayStation games in their first party has changed. And if they continue down this road, it's going to be the norm. It's why when we hear about cancellations from Bluepoint or Bend, it's like, yeah, we're not going to see them till next gen. It's the unfortunate nature of where we are, the reality of where we are in the AAA game space. But I don't know, man. I think I don't know if I fully agree though, because to me it's, again, I feel like it's quality over quantity. It always has been. If we can get the best of both worlds, if we can get the best quality and we can get the quantity, right? We can get a lot of it. Yeah, that's the ideal situation to be in. But I'm totally okay with the idea of this year. Sony's first party output is going to be Ghost of Yotei, Marathon, and Death Stranding 2. If all 3 of these games are of the highest quality and are awesome games, that's, dude, to me, that's great. Like, I'm not going to complain about that. I'm not going to be upset because it's like, yeah, but Sony, that's only 3 games. It's supposed to be like 7 or 6. It's like, yeah, that would be great if we could get even more, but I don't know, man. It's one of these things where it's like, I'm trying to be realistic in my expectations, knowing that, bro, Sony isn't the one with 40 plus studios. Sony is also with these games that they're trying to make, like they're trying to make them some of like the reality is, the expectation is Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 are going to be nominated for awards. Like a lot of awards. Throughout like the whole next year, after, like, for a whole 12 to 16 months after they release. That's the expectation. Like they're working on, and I'm not saying the awards matter. I'm just saying it there's a lot going into it where they're taking it very seriously, where this, like, we got to make sure these games really hit. They can't just be okay or good enough. And I'm not saying that if Sony did have more studios and they were to release more games quicker, that's what the result would be. But it's just, again, it's a matter of understanding of how many resources they have, how many studios they have, how much money's going into each game, how much time needs to go into each game. Saying Jeff's going to make sure of that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me see. We have we have another super chat here from Andros, the Warrior High Alpha, with a $10 super chat. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, do you think Bloody Roar will ever return? Because I want to see a Bloody Roar collection set. It deserves to be recognized. More same with Godzilla and Rampage games as well. Don't you agree? Bloody... I'm not sure I know what this is, dude. Bloody Roar series. Oh, dude, I think, yeah. Bloody Roar is a series of fighting games created by Hudson Soft and developed together with Aiding. The series has been published by multiple companies, including Activision, Konami, SCEA, and Virgin Interactive. Konami holds the rights to the franchise after Hudson Soft was absorbed into the former company in 2012. Dude, I don't think I've ever played one of these games. This might literally be the first time I'm ever hearing of this series. Does anybody in the chat, do we have any Bloody Roar fans here? Yeah, that's a pretty random super chat, bro. I'm not going to lie. But I kind of appreciate it sometimes. I've never heard of this game series. I see some of you guys are familiar with it, though. In the arcades way back. Whiskey, your older brother, played them. X-Zone's like, we need a new Bloody Roar. I think I've heard of this game at least one time in my life. Because the name Bloody Roar sounds familiar. Like, I think I watched some kind of like retro gaming video or something a long time ago. And this was a game that was referenced or discussed. But yeah, I never played it, man. We'll see if anything comes of it. It's a Konami IP. I don't know. Konami, right now, Konami seems mainly focused on, at least in the AAA space, Silent Hill, Metal Gear. They're rumored to be working on a new Castlevania, but not entirely sure. But either way, Andros, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. We also have Poopy Snoopy again saying, off topic, seen some talking about Fable female character in chat. Most don't realize she's an actress type Fable game. You're saying type Fable game actress in Google and you'll see her. Fable game actress. Let me see. Oh, okay. That seems pretty accurate from what I can tell. You know, I heard there was a rumor with Fable where there's going to be multiple playable characters and character customization. So I wonder if that's going to turn out to be true or not. I'm interested in seeing more Fable. I think the last trailer looked pretty promising. I don't know how much I'm going to like it. I don't know. It's one of these things where it's like, I like what I'm seeing, but I gotta see just a little bit more from the gameplay front and get a better idea of what I'll be doing in the game. But the last trailer I did think looked pretty good. Well, when it comes to this general conversation about Phil Spencer confirming more PS5 games, I mean, again, just to kind of wrap this whole thing up, I believe the stage is now set. I think Phil Spencer, he came out, he said what he needed to say, and he said exactly what mostly what I expected he would. The only thing I wasn't expecting was the kind of downplaying of the platform itself, but it does make sense in the grand scheme of things. Microsoft is officially a third-party publisher, and they're all in, man. They're going to be trying to get sales on PlayStation. They're going to be trying to get sales on Switch, and they're going to still make an Xbox, and they're going to tell you if you want that Xbox, buy it for what it can do, not what games it has, exclusively, of course. So it'll be very interesting to see how the rollout of these announcements takes place. We know that Microsoft is now comfortable with putting PS5 in there. They ripped that Band-Aid off with the Developer Direct. So you're saying Fable has always had a character creator / customization system. Yeah, but I mean, like when people see the newest one, though, because it's by Playground Games, I think there just might be this assumption that like this game's going to be different. It's not going to have that. But yeah, man, I think it'll be, like I said, it'll be interesting to see where these games end up getting announced. The next thing that I'm going to be looking out for, because one of the band-aids that Microsoft just ripped off, like I said, is we're going to put PS5 in our own shows. It's right there listed. Xbox, PC, PS5. The next band-aid I want to see if they're going to rip off is, will we see an Xbox game revealed at a State of Play? That's the next thing that I want to see if they're going to actually end up doing. It would be pretty sick if they did. And man, people would go, even though it wouldn't be like shocking at this point, it would still be one of those things where, because, you know, this is the beginning. Everything's a first. Everything's a first. So I'll continue to keep you guys updated. I would just love to know. I would really love to know how Sony's feeling about this right now. Guys, how are we feeling about physical games going into the PlayStation 6? How are we feeling? Are we feeling confident? Are we feeling nervous? I've been seeing a lot of different discussions taking place about physical games and how people are really beginning to get nervous that, you know, we talk about ripping Band-Aids off. People are getting very nervous that that Sony may end up ripping the Band-Aid off and going all digital. You think they're going to support physical games still? Carlos, you're saying it's over. PS6 and next Xbox will be digital only. Sony's not making Blu-rays anymore. So there is some confusion with this. Yeah, that's one of the things that's causing this conversation to really pick up. Sony is ceasing the production of blank Blu-ray discs that you can purchase and put content on. They are not ceasing the production of media-based Blu-rays. And I think that's important because I have seen some people running with it saying that, like, no, they're ceasing production of the, you know, the media Blu-rays too. Like, no, they're not. I understand it doesn't give you much confidence. Like, this is just the beginning. First, it starts with the blank Blu-rays. But here's what's important to understand. And I want to clear this up. The reason why Sony is ceasing production of those blank Blu-ray discs is because they're, like, pretty much nobody's buying them. There's, like, very few sales of those blank Blu-ray discs. And that's why I think it's important to highlight that, because there's, like, hardly any demand. It's still unfortunate because for the few people, or I don't know if, like, certain businesses were using them, for the few customers that they did have, I'm sure that sucks. But the reality is there was, like, hardly any demand, pretty much virtually no demand. This is important to highlight because when people look at this as, like, this is the beginning of the end. Like, first it starts with this. It's like, no, I don't think people understand, like, where physical games spending would, how far that would have to drop down for Sony to basically be like, yeah, we're not selling this stuff anymore. Here's a couple of interesting things that I've seen. This is anecdotal on my part, but I've seen quite a few people expressing that, like, if Sony were to go all digital, right, or if just the next generation of consoles is all digital, they're going to go to PC, or they're just going to be done. They're not going to buy the PlayStation 6. They're not going to support the PlayStation 6. They're not moving forward. They're just going to retro game now. PS5 and everything that came before, they're not moving forward. I think Sony should be aware of this, man. Because I've seen enough people say this that I'm like, if they're serious about it, oof, I don't know. Sony, like, I get that they want to kind of go in that direction, but I think it would be absurd. It would be shocking to me if Sony was like, we're not doing physical games for the PlayStation 6. I would be shocked. I'd also be kind of devastated. I think a lot of people would. I understand that digital is more popular than ever. More people are gravitating towards it, but there's still plenty of people that still buy physical games, dude. There's still plenty of people that buy physical games. And I don't like the idea of people being okay with no more physical games. But luckily, I'm not like a doomer when it comes to physical games. I actually think there are going to be solutions here. I think that if the day were to come where Sony's like, we're not producing physical games anymore, we're not doing it ourselves, I think there are going to be these other kind of boutique companies or whatever that realize like there's money to be made here. Like maybe this doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of thing for a multi-billion-dollar corporation, but there's still money to be made here. And I think that there's going to be different players in the game, so to speak, that come out and will strike deals and stuff to be able to manufacture some of these games physically, or a lot of them. At least that's my hope, dude. Don't publishers use blank Blu-rays for their copies? Well, if I'm not mistaken, actually that's a good question. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I guess technically yes. Technically. Actually, you know what? Now I'm a little confused. No, because then they would be impacted directly. Now there must be something I'm missing here. It has to be separate. It has to be separate because that would directly impact, for example, like Sony making their own, making their games physical. And as far as I'm aware, they're still making all their games physical. Yeah, that's what I was like. They're just ceasing sales to the public. Yeah. The whole game isn't even on the disc anyway. Poopy Snoopy with a super chat says, physical games dropped 35% in 2024 in the UK. Yeah. This is what I mean. It's like we are seeing that kind of downward trajectory, and I don't like it. By the way, guys, I haven't asked in a little while. Can you do me a favor and please hit that like button? We are sitting at 220 likes. We still have over 285 people here hanging out. If you haven't done so already, please take a moment. Just one moment and hit that like button. It really helps the streams more than you know. I'd very much appreciate it. I want to see if we can get to 250 likes. I think we could do it. I know we can do it. It's only recordable discs that will no longer be produced. Okay. The PS6 disc drive accessory will be very expensive. I am anticipating that when Sony reveals the PlayStation 6, it's going to be like the PlayStation 5 Pro, in that the forward-facing model is just going to be digital. But they will still sell the disc drive accessory. I don't know, though, man. I don't know. I really think that if Sony wants to... I don't know how interested Sony is anymore in garnering goodwill from the fans and from the customers. It seems like they're not as interested anymore. But I think if they want to have some of their... if they want to earn a little bit of goodwill and they want to keep people feeling okay, at least even if it's a small percentage of people, I think you should just... Nah, who am I kidding? They're not going to do that. The more I think about it, they're not. It's going to be a digital model that's forward-facing. What if they stop making the drives? Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be bad. King Sam, you're saying I've been getting most of my games used, and as I've had a store voucher worth over a few £100 from selling my games collection over time, so I've been selective with what games I get new. Yeah, I mean, the worst case scenario for me would be Sony just coming out and being like, we're going digital with the PlayStation 6. You can use a disc drive attachment, but you're only going to use it to play PS5 games that have released up until this point physically, or PS4 games. Basically, it's for backwards compatibility. That would be the worst case scenario because, man, I don't want to be forced to go digital only. I really don't. And I feel like there's so much, there's so many different reports and so much data that's coming out that's like more and more people are going digital. But one of the things that we do need to acknowledge, and I think this is important, at least when it comes to the US data, like I came across this article here. Let me bring it up. Hold on. Yeah, the article says US physical game spending has halved since 2021. So 50% less people are spending money on physical video games than they were in 2021. But what's so important to understand here is that when they factor in the digital, like they said, there's been an increase in digital spending. That counts microtransactions and DLC. So that's definitely going to skew the percentages quite a bit. Quite a bit, dude. You're talking about every single microtransaction counting towards that digital percentage. And when you're talking about physical spending, you're just talking about physical games. Could it be the price of inflation? Or does that mean it's also lower due to the $70 increase? Well, I mean, when it comes to games, the reality is games are being sold for cheaper than they ever have been. It doesn't seem like it because to me, $70 is still a lot. And I think to you and most of us, $70 is still a lot. But the reality is, comparatively speaking, like they're still being sold for like relatively cheap, cheaper than ever. And this is why you're seeing reports coming out being like, publishers want to increase the price of games to $80, $90, or $100 or something like that. But people are still very price sensitive. The Genius 200X with a super chat says, hit those likes, folks. I think what will help the physical front, if everyone was well informed that they do not own a digital copy, they may think twice. I do agree with that. Yeah. I understand that for a lot of people, it still doesn't matter, but I do agree with what you're saying that just informing people and making, just telling them, like, just so you know, you're paying for the license. You're paying to own the license. You don't actually own this game. You don't own, it's not yours, when you buy games physically, I mean, with some games, it's true. Not the entire game isn't even on the disc, or it's not applicable to literally every single game. But more often than not, or the way it should be when you buy physical games, is like, if I have a copy of, like, let's say Resident Evil 4 Remake, and my internet goes down for like 2 days or something, and I still want to play, the way things should work is you can boot up your video game console. It does not have to be connected to the internet to function. You put that disc in, and then you can just play Resident Evil 4, and that's that. But as we move closer and closer to the all-digital future and the always-online future, that's not, this is stuff that's probably going to slowly go away. It is slowly going away. And that sucks. I just think that sucks, man. Like, that should not be the only option. Or you could go outside and be productive. Oh, Capono. Capono. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it does give you an opportunity to reevaluate your life. And maybe that can produce some good results. I mean, the last time my internet went down, it wasn't down for long. I was losing I'm like, I don't even know what to do. And it actually, dude, it did make me realize, wow, I am chronically online. Like, I truly, it's not, but you know what? It's not just like online as in I'm scrolling. I mean, like, even when I was like, oh, I want to listen to music. Oh, wait, I can't. You know, like even if I wanted to do something like that, like I just want to listen to some music, I can't. And that's what I mean. Like, man, you really are truly at the mercy of just, if you don't have any physical media or any means to play that physical media properly, you're shit out of luck. And I understand that convenience is important, and it will always be important. And it's important to me too, but I just feel like there's still something to be said about being able to just not have to rely on renting licenses and being connected to the internet 24/7. I think there's something to be said for that. Poopy Snoopy with another super chat. Thank you for all the super chats, bro. Really, I really appreciate it. You're saying physical, you own the disc, but not the game technically. But Sony's not going to knock on the door asking for the game back. Yeah, that's true. That's a true technicality there, where when you purchase a game physically, you are technically agreeing, like you are agreeing to the fact that you don't own this game. Like this is like Sony's letting you have this. Sony's letting you purchase this, but they still own this game. Like they are legally within their right to take that game from you, if I'm not mistaken. I would have to look deeper into it, but I remember the way I was hearing it is like legally, technically, they could take your physical games if they wanted to, and get away with it. But it's like they're not like that's never going to happen. You know what I mean? Like that's never going to happen. Just imagine Hiroki Totoki rolling up, kicking the door down. Nothing's even said. They just raid your room, take all your games, just leave. King Sam with a $5 super chat. Thank you, King Sam. You're saying if the industry went digital only, there needs to be the ability to sell our digital copies on the storefronts or something. Scrap only buying license. Yeah, I mean that is I think the harsh reality there, King Sam, is that's never going to happen. And this is why I think, look, I want to, maybe I'm overly optimistic, but I read this comment on I was watching somebody's video recently on this topic. And I read this comment where this person left a comment saying people were saying for years, like a decade straight, that, you know, physical music, it was in regards to music, that it's going to go all digital. Like nobody's going to consume music physically anymore. It's just not going to happen. But it never happened. It never happened. Like, yes, people basically did move on from CDs, but then vinyl. Like there's a whole culture around vinyl now. And also people still do buy CDs. That's the funny part, dude, is if I go on Amazon right now and I want to buy a CD of I don't know, like I want to buy a Soundgarden CD, I probably could. I'll look it up right now. I'm just curious. But then you got to ask yourself, do you even have something to play it? Let me see, Soundgarden CD. Yeah, straight up, dude. I can buy any Soundgarden CD right now. A straight up audio CD. There's vinyl. Well, actually, that's kind of funny. There's quite a few reviews here, so I guess people are buying them. But it's interesting to think that, like, yeah, a lot of cars still have CD players. So maybe at some point you got to start to worry, like, who's making CD players anymore? But that's interesting to me because I think the same thing is going to happen with games. And I think games are even more of a guarantee where there's always going to be there's going to be physical games, dude. Not for literally everything because there's just too many. There's too many games. Not all of them. It would be ridiculous if all of them were physical. That would be a waste. But generally speaking, most big games, or the games that you would expect to have physical versions, I think it's going to still happen. I do. I think it's going to still happen, and I think people are going to keep it alive. But the only thing that stops me when I say that is like, it depends on. I think it's safe to say, can we all agree, like, Microsoft's next console is not going to have a disk drive? Microsoft's all digital. Microsoft isn't even releasing physical versions of their own games anymore for their own platform. We can all agree on that. My question is, when Sony decides, if they were to decide, they rip that Band-Aid off. I keep using that term. But they're like, we're doing it. Is there going to be enough backlash? I think there will be. I think you're going to see that, oh, yeah, look, it's a small percentage of people buying physical, so who cares? You're going to see just how loud and insane that small percentage of people can be. And I think Sony risks making their own life hell for no reason if they do that. I also say, MBG, you also say, I'm going to be honest with you, but you should always be honest with us. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I say that. It's just like a phrase. Because, yeah, I am honest with you guys. But it's just like, it's just one of those things that you say, and you don't even realize what it means. I have to think of a different phrase to use. Oh, I see we hit the 5 super chat goal, by the way. So, congratulations. You unlocked a RichRod donation that I will read momentarily. Confetti. What should the next goal be? I mean, I think there would be enough pushback to stop Sony from doing that. I do think so. And I think Sony, if they were to try to like force that through, I think it would be a huge mistake. Huge mistake. Are we going to get the January goal first? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, you guys have been super chatting today. Not many member gifts. Which it's not a huge deal or anything. I appreciate the support no matter which form it comes in. But yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to think we're not going to be hitting that goal this month. We'll see though. We still got some time. It's not over till it's over, right? To be fair, we didn't hit last month's goal until January 1st. Like I purposely extended it by 1 day just because you guys were asking me to, and I did. And then we hit it the next day. I'm not doing that again this time. At least I'm not planning on it. But it's funny how that works. Because by this point last month, I was like, yeah, we're not hitting it. No way. And we did. So you never know. You never know. I don't know. You don't know. We'll find out together. Okay, you're saying when people say, I'll be honest with you, they're really saying, I'm about to reveal a truth that may make you uncomfortable or challenge your existing beliefs. There you go. There you go. Thank you, okay, for explaining that. The Genius 200X comes in. He says, you know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna push for it. He's contributing to the goal, bringing us up to 13 members on the day. So thank you for that, the Genius. I do appreciate that. I'm going to add that to the counter and read these remaining super chats. So that brings us up to 512. Very much appreciate the support. Let me see here. Okay. Perfect Image, you're saying MBG Switch won the war against PlayStation with cartridge CDs. What? You're talking about the fact that the Switch went with cartridges, right? Yeah. I mean, Nintendo, they seem like they're going to be the last ones, if ever. Right? I mean, we're sitting here talking about the idea of Sony going all digital. Microsoft clearly going all digital, but Nintendo is going to hold the line, dude. And I'm telling you, man, this is where I'm saying Sony's got to be careful. We don't really know what Sony's plans are, but it's worth noting and keeping in mind that Nintendo has a real chance of winning over the physical enthusiast market and collectors if Sony were to go all digital with the PS6, because third parties are still going to produce physical Switch games or Switch 2 games. And it would make no sense if you're Sony to risk that, where it's like, well, we're just going to go digital only. That's what we're going to do. It's like, listen, I know that the percentage of people going for digital only is growing, but you have millions of people potentially on your platform that they may not buy every single game physically, but they still buy some games physically, and they have a small collection or a large collection. Why? I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, Sony, I don't know if anybody at Sony listens to any of my streams, probably not. And even if they did, who knows how much pull they have. But Sony, I'm telling you, don't do it. Don't go all digital, because you're gonna cause an eruption, an unnecessary eruption from I guess what would be viewed internally at Sony as a smaller portion of players. But believe me, those players are they're gonna hurt the brand, bro. You don't want to lose those players. I'm telling you. That you're taking it too far. You're crossing too many lines at that point. Poopy Snoopy with another. How many times have I said Poopy Snoopy today? How many times have I said that? Somebody should just do like an edit of me just saying that all throughout the stream. You're saying, I see them making the physical games more expensive in the future, like vinyl. They'll be for collectors and enthusiasts. And I think that's a good middle ground. I would be okay with that. Yeah. I mean, it would be a little bit frustrating because it's like, well, I got to pay more, but do you want it or not? Do you want the physical version or not? You are the enthusiast, right? You are the collector. This means something to you, right? So I have to admit, yeah, I would be willing to pay more. It depends on how much more, though. Like, if it was like a ridiculous amount, and I don't know, that's the whole thing, too, is like, people have discussed the idea of like, well, we're going to go in the direction of collector's editions. It's going to be all about collector's editions. And I mean, I do wonder if that is going to be something that's much more common, where it's like, yeah, you can get the game physically, but you're also going to buy all this crap with it too. It's like, but I don't want all that crap. It's like, well, do you want it physically or not? Because that's the only way you're getting it. I hate to say it, but I could see it going in that direction, where that would be a tough one for me, because I'm not into collector's editions. Mainly just because I don't know, they're expensive. They are just straight up expensive. But if I bought all the collector's editions that I thought looked awesome over time, I literally wouldn't know where to put the shit. Not even kidding. Like, I just don't have enough space. I have to like dedicate a room to them or something like that. And so I basically just decided a long time ago, like, I'm not doing that. I don't have the space. I don't want to run into those problems. I mean, it would be so weird to spend all this money on all this stuff to then just like have to put it away somewhere because I don't know where else to put it. So if they went in that direction where it's like, yeah, we'll still make physical versions, but you can literally only get those physical versions through the collector's editions. And so you have to get all the extra stuff. I think that would kind of break me, where it's like, I mean, physical is important to me, but not that important. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not willing to do that. At that point, pulling the trigger and just buying the game digitally makes more sense for me. But I would still be very annoyed and frustrated. Like, why? Why has it got to be this way? I want to go back to when things were great. And Poopy Snoopy again with a super chat says, I find it funny when some people say Nintendo is for kids. Not true in my opinion. LOL. But what brand do you think they'll be loyal to when they grow up? Nintendo. I don't agree with the notion that Nintendo is for kids, as in like it's only for kids. I don't agree with that either. I don't think that's true. I do think that Nintendo is much more family friendly and inherently much more appealing to a younger audience and to kids. But it's also true with what you're saying. Like, if you were a kid that played Nintendo, that's what you grew up with, it's going to mean something to you as an adult, more than likely. Maybe I'm kind of the outlier. Well, to be fair, I did grow up with Nintendo, but I also grew up with PlayStation and Xbox, but mostly Nintendo and PlayStation. I always did play PlayStation more than Nintendo growing up. So I guess it kind of makes sense the way things have turned out. But I am one of those people where even though I had many years of playing on Nintendo, I don't know. The Switch 2 is the most interested I've been in Nintendo in a long time. But I still don't. I don't know, man. Let's see where Nintendo goes, because if listen, some people think the PS6 is going to be a disaster and it's going to be the worst version of Sony we've ever seen, which would be an $800 console, pointless upgrade, no exclusives, no disc drive, no more physical games. I mean, this is just like the absolute worst case scenario, like dumpster fire next generation. I'll just go to Switch. Switch, don't have to worry about trophies. Still buy physical games. Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is cool. I mean, obviously it's not going to happen, but I was thinking about, I don't know, me and Mrs. MBG were thinking about making a second channel where it's just her channel and it's just focused on Nintendo. Like she wants to just cover Nintendo Switch 2, games she's excited for, games she's playing, cozy gaming stuff. I know that's like a whole, yeah, PC, of course. I know, I was just kidding. Well, PC, there's no physical either. You're like, MBG, boy, stop. You're not going to be playing the Switch where games look barely better than the PS3. Let's see, dude. Let's see. I don't know. The rumor is that Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to become the Switch 2, and I'm just dying to see that. I'm dying to see that, man. Because like Red Dead 2 is a good-looking game. I don't know what it looks like on the lowest settings on PC, but it probably still looks pretty good. But yeah, I'm not going to switch to Nintendo. It's just not something that's ever going to happen. Doesn't mean I won't embrace them at some point, maybe. If they're doing some stuff I'm looking, that looks good to me and I want to play. Stephen Pennington with a super chat. Thank you, Stephen. You're saying, it is a great time to be a PlayStation fan. I personally think Blu-rays for PS6 will be optional. Otherwise, there will be outrage. Game has reduced stores in UK. Yeah, I saw that. That is probably one of the reasons why, there was such a drop percentage-wise in physical media spending in the UK. But I think you put it very simply but effectively here where yeah, I think it will be optional. I think it will be optional. I think the most realistic outcome for PlayStation 6 physical games is simply this. You buy it's basically what we see with the PS5 Pro. You buy a PlayStation 6, it's digital. If you want to play discs, you buy the attachment. And there will be PlayStation 6 discs. There will be PlayStation 6 physical games. I have to believe that. I just, I get doomer mode about a lot of things, but I just can't do it with this because it's like, it doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make sense. I mean, like, let's say that Spider-Man 3 ends up being a PlayStation 6 game. Maybe, I'm sure it would be a cross-gen game. But even then, like, well, if it's a cross-gen game, then you're definitely going to make a physical PS5 version. Why would you not have a physical PS6 version too? I mean, did you guys see the PlayStation 6 box art? It's like a mock-up on my thumbnail. I think that looks pretty sick, dude. I think that's what Sony should actually go with. All black. Go back to the black. Poopy Snoopy again says, apparently average Nintendo gamers are ages 20 to 25 in that group. That is actually a little bit surprising. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not, because that seems to be like... Well, where's that coming from, though? Because I would have assumed it would be a little bit younger. Like the average... Maybe like between... I don't know, like 15 and 20? No. Maybe... I don't know. That's a tough one. If you would ask me, like, what's the average Nintendo gamer age? I don't think I would have said between 20 and 25. I don't know what I would have said. I feel like I would have went younger, truthfully. But I don't know. I believe it because, like, you know, my wife, she's always liked Nintendo. She never really grew out of it. She's not like obsessed with it or anything. She hasn't been, you know, there have been long stretches of time where she hasn't engaged with Nintendo or played it, but she just kind of is able to jump back into Nintendo like it's nothing. And I just find that interesting because it's like, well, I don't know. I'm not like that. A lot of millennials grew up on Nintendo. The Genius with a $5 super chat says, a Switch 2 channel would be a moneymaker. I myself am anticipating the Switch to disrupt the third-party games market. Will complement my PS5. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, there was this rumor. I didn't get a chance to cover it. It came out like a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago at this point. But there was this rumor from an apparent Nintendo insider that says, like, dude, the Switch is going to be more capable than people realize, and pretty much every single publisher is like, they're going to be making Switch 2 games. Like, they're going to be working very hard to make Switch 2 games and make their games work on the Switch 2. And I'm like, this is interesting, dude. This is exactly why I think Sony needs to maybe be a little bit more trepidatious about how aggressive they want to be in their wider expansion and their wider growth. Oh, yeah, thank you, RichRod. I do have to read that. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely... I'll get on that in just a moment. But the idea of a Switch 2 channel being a moneymaker, I mean, yeah, I think there's going to be a huge wave of people, you know, that are going to be looking for Switch 2 content. And I don't know. Truthfully, the only thing that I got to figure out, it's so stupid, but like, you know, I have this whole setup here. So if Mrs. MBG were to have you know, her own channel covering Switch 2 content, I can't use the same background. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, could you imagine Mrs. MBG? Well, I guess she wouldn't say, all right, guys, but she would say something like, welcome back to my channel, and we're going to talk about the Switch 2 today. And it's just like, is that it? Wait, you got a stack of PlayStations behind you, and there's just a bunch of PlayStation games here. What's going on? You know? I feel like it would just be a strange look. So I'd have to figure out how to... A green screen. There you go. A green screen. This is MBG is going to have to compete with Harmon Smith. I don't even know who that is. I think I've heard. Is that a Switch YouTuber? I don't know. Let me pivot for just a moment here and read RichRod's chat. I promised him I would if we hit that like $5 more in super chats, which we did. RichRod says, quote, Phil lost so much weight burning all those calories by absolutely blanking fanboys like Colt, Destin, and Jez nonstop. Colt is the Holland Tunnel at this point. Oh, my Lord. You know, if I wasn't being paid to read this, if I wasn't being paid to read this, RichRod, all I can do is tell myself, that was like $28. That was $28. In all seriousness, people are like focused on how thin Phil Spencer looks, and I think it's obvious. I don't know. People are like, he's on Ozempic, but I'm like, maybe. He looks like he did lose a lot of weight, but I don't know if he looks unhealthy. He does look a bit. The thing is, if you look at his face, it looks a bit sunken in, and I think that's the part that's a little concerning. Like when somebody, it's you see people and they look kind of slender or slim, but when you see somebody's face and it starts to look kind of sunken in, that's when it starts to look a little bit concerning. Like, are you okay, man? You're not looking too good. It can give you that kind of unhealthy look, but I don't know. It's he seems like he has good energy, so maybe he really is on like Ozempic or something and just trying to lose weight. We have some more super chats here. We have Bobby Heckelmeyer. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying the bitter truth is if physical media was so important, it would reflect on sales with a crying face. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the elephant in the room, right? Where it's funny. I listen to Sacred Symbols, and I feel like that this is Colin Moriarty, his take on physical games, or like kind of he was speaking to like physical gamers, I guess, people who buy their games physically, and he was like saying like it doesn't revolve around you guys anymore. Like no matter how passionate or enthusiastic you want to be about it, or how much you want to shout it from the rooftops, or believe that physical's gonna stay, it's gonna stick around, we can't you can't defeat physical. It's like it just doesn't revolve around us anymore. And I think that these companies are they're straight up seeing that in their earnings reports, and that's why I always encourage people, man. Like, I don't like telling people what they should do, right? I never really am comfortable doing that. I think everybody's got to decide for themselves. And I've seen so many people where they're like, dude, I love buying games digitally. I've went digital last gen or this gen, and I haven't looked back. And so that's why I don't feel comfortable telling people what to do, because it's like, if you're happy, why would I tell you to do something outside of what's making you happy? It just doesn't make any sense. But I do hope that there's a bit of a resurgence at some point for some reason, where some people just kind of decide, you know what, maybe I will start buying games physically again. Just enough to send a clear signal to these companies that you should still stick with physical. Even if it's a smaller percentage of people, it's still going to be worth it. It's going to be worth your time. It's going to be worth the effort. You feel like people don't understand the importance of physical media. That's what worries me, dude, is it feels like in gaming, it's I don't know. I mean, I come across some YouTube channels sometimes from physical media enthusiasts regarding like Blu-rays and DVDs and movies and TV shows, and there's just always this lingering fear of like, when's it going to drop? When's the other shoe going to drop? When's it just going to be over? And I noticed, at least with TV and movies, these companies, they're doing kind of exactly what we talked about with like collector's editions, except they're like making these box sets and stuff, and they're putting them at such a premium price. And they know, because they know it's like, do you guys want to keep buying physical or not? We'll make it, but it ain't going to be cheap. And I see that some physical and enthusiasts and collectors are getting like frustrated. We're like, dude, they are truly nickel and diming us, man. Like, they're really bleeding us dry. And it sucks. It just sucks that it's got to be that way. But I think you're right. I think a lot of people just generally don't understand the importance of physical media. It reminds me of that movie I watched, ironically enough, on Netflix. It was that movie, came out like last year. God, it was that like apocalyptic movie where like the apocalypse was happening or whatever. Do you guys know what movie I'm talking about? I keep forgetting the name. I can never remember this stuff. But by the end of the movie, they find like a bunker, like a shelter of some kind, like a nuclear shelter or whatever that somebody built. And in it, there was a whole collection of like Blu-rays and DVDs and like a Blu-ray and DVD player. And the ending was them watching Friends in this kind of nuclear bunker. Leave the world behind. There you go. Thank you. And it was so funny how it's like, it's because the whole time, as like the world was like coming to an end, one of the kids kept trying to finish watching Friends on a tablet, and it was like stuck at like the final episode, so they didn't get to see what happened. And it was just so funny to me that like by the end of it, it was such a huge promotion for physical media. I mean, it's such an extreme circumstance, you know, like we should support physical media in case of the apocalypse. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not like that's not going to be my concern if the world's coming to an end. But you know, still nice to see a shout out to physical media. Poopy Snoopy with some more super chats says, to be fair, Nintendo predates all consoles, so I expect older. Or you expected older. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I forget that too, man. Like sometimes I forget just how long Nintendo's been in the game. And just the fact that like, yeah, they predate pretty much everything we talk about. And you say Nintendo is hard to cover with them claiming most. Yeah, when I did the live reaction, or what, not the live reaction, I did a live stream with Mrs. MBG for the Switch 2. I was nervous to play that trailer because I like wasn't sure. I'm like, I don't know. I don't react to Nintendo content. I don't play Nintendo content here on the channel. I don't know what to expect. And nothing happened. To my surprise, nothing happened. I didn't get copyright claimed or anything. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, great. But yeah, I know that Nintendo's kind of infamous for giving content creators a bit of a hard time with some of their stuff. I see RichRod is literally rapping in the chat right now. That's great. That's always nice to see. That's how I know I'm close to the 4-hour mark, when I see RichRod starting to rap. Guys, by the way, we are at 245 likes. We are just 5 likes away from hitting 250. I want to see a big push. If you didn't hit the like button, please take a moment and hit it. It helps the stream more than you know. I want to see if we can push for 260 likes. We can do it. I believe in you guys. Absolutely smash and wreck that like button. I want to see you axe kick that like button, drop kick the like button. Your nephew spends way more money on microtransactions putting clothes on his characters than he does on buying games. This next gen of gamers is who the companies are aiming at. Yep. Yeah. Bro, Call of Duty's, they got me. I'm gonna tell you why. Right after I give RichRod a shout out, because RichRod, he did it. He did it. RichRod dropped a membership gift for you guys. RichRod, thank you so much, man. This is the inspiration we need. If you were thinking, should I drop that membership gift? Should we get to 25 members today? We should. RichRod did it. If RichRod drops a membership, you got to drop a membership. If we hit 25 members, I'll drop 5 more gifts myself, okay? We're at 14, by the way. We're at 14, so 11 more. 11 more memberships, and we can do it. We'll give boss a second helping of snacks, and I'll drop 5 for you guys. Casual gamers outnumber the hardcore. Yeah, so the reason why Call of Duty got me, dude, is because I saw that they revealed their Season 2 content for Black Ops 6, and one of the premium, like, character operators is the Terminator. And I'm like, holy shit, they got me. Like, There is so many things. There are so few things they could do to make me be like, oh, I'm going to buy that. There's so few things. And I'm like, yeah, they're probably not going to do anything. They're probably going to do something really lame. And they do literally the coolest thing. Terminator 1 Arnold, bro. Terminator 1 Arnold. That's going to be me. When I'm going, I want that soundbite to play when I go on a 3-kill streak. But yes, I'm absolutely buying that. Evil Terminator, T1 Terminator. It looks good too, man. I'm like, shit. The question I have, though, is because I saw that they released the Conan the Barbarian DLC or character for Mortal Kombat, but Arnold didn't do the voice lines. It was a sound. Somebody tried to sound like him, but you could tell it wasn't Arnold. What are they going to do for this one? I'm assuming it's going to be the same. I don't know, man. I want to believe they actually got Arnold to record some voice lines. Or maybe they'll just use... Well, he definitely had lines in the first movie, but not that many, you know? Dark Horse, a member for 9 months, says Xbox W. That's going to be the name of the next Xbox. Xbox W. That would be funny. That would be funny. You're going to forgive me in my moment of weakness? I mean, come on, bro. You can't blame me. You can't blame me. Dude, I'm serious. I really don't know. I couldn't believe that when I saw it. I'm like, are you serious? An Arnold Terminator 1 skin? No. I mean, it makes sense, the timing of it, you know, the Black Ops 6, it's early 90s and whatnot. Well, to be fair, Terminator 1 was like 1984. I guess it would make more sense to do. I think Call of Duty did a Terminator 2 skin previously, but I think it was like locked behind Warzone or something. I don't remember, but they got me, man. They got me. What can I say? All right, so we have to talk about something else. Let's talk about the not leaked, but, well, we're going to talk about the leaked roadmap, but we're going to talk about Insomniac for a moment here. Insomniac Games, they just recently came out and they teased an ambitious roadmap. That's what they said. They said, guys, we at Insomniac Games, we have an ambitious roadmap of games, and we know what people's expectations are of us. Now, this is a big deal because CEO Ted Price just recently announced his retirement. He's going to remain in the position of CEO until March of this year, but this is interesting to me. I think it's not a coincidence that Insomniac teased their ambitious roadmap because their ambitious roadmap already leaked. It leaked, well, through a hack, unfortunately. Whoa, geez, boss. Came out of nowhere. Boss is like, guys, I'm going to need my second helping of treats. We're going to need a 10 bomb up in here. I'm trying to tell him, boss. I'm trying to tell him. We have a direct donation from RichRod once again. See, now it all makes sense why RichRod dropped that membership gift. He's like, I'm going to need him to read this next one. He says, Colt's teeth yellow, breath straight foul. Stank hits harder than a shotgun round. Kojima dreams. Bro, take a seat. Mouthwash first, then admit defeat. I thought Mrs. MBG was bringing me in a Gatorade. She needed me to open it for her. She said she'll bring me one if I want one. I asked for a water instead. But RichRod, somebody lock him up, bro. Man's got bars. You think my deadpan delivery makes it funnier? Boss is so annoying sometimes, dude. How's the audio? Are we good? Because he unplugged my microphone, and I got to make sure we're still good. We good? Okay. All right, we're good. Yeah, boss, he jumped down and he unplugged my mic when he did it. And oh my God, you are annoying sometimes, bro. Chase says, "What's up, chat? Haven't been around since the intergalactic reveal." What's up, Chase? Well, I see people talking about the Insomniac Venom game. And here's the thing. When we look at I'm not going to put it up on screen because it's leaked confidential. You know, it's a confidential timeline of their roadmap. No, boss. And it starts in 2023 with Spider-Man 2. And next up, it looks like, so here's what's interesting. On the timeline, so for the year 2025, towards the end of the bar, like they're little bars for each year, like 2023, 2024, 2025. At the end of the bar for 2025, which I would assume means Q4, Q3, Q4, like September, October, November. Venom. It's just right there, Venom. They have a logo for it and everything. This could have gotten canceled. It's you know, it's a thing that happens, but I don't know, man. I feel like Venom didn't get enough time in Spider-Man 2. Bro, you gotta be shitting me. Help! Somebody drop a damn $10. You need to chill. He's being bad. He's like, I want that Venom game. I don't want to hear that they canceled it. Knocks down all his treats. But they could have. They could have canceled the Venom game. I hope they didn't. It would really suck if they did because I really feel like Venom was like the highlight of Spider-Man 2, in my opinion, and the best part of Spider-Man 2. And there's especially one part in that game. I'm not going to spoil it, but for those of you who played it, you know the part. There's one part in that game that, I mean, it was just like, wow, this is sick. Give me more of this. And that's why I want the Venom game to be real. You know, on that leaked roadmap, by the way, holiday 2026 looks like that's what they're doing for Marvel's Wolverine. And then after Wolverine, the next game in line looks like holiday 2028 or Q3, Q4 2028, Spider-Man 3. So they're targeting 2028 for Spider-Man 3. After that, a new Ratchet and Clank in 2029. So presumably by the time we get to Spider-Man 3 and Ratchet and Clank, we're looking at the PlayStation 6 generation. And then get this, in 2030, so in 5 years from now, they're targeting an X-Men game. And then 2031, 2032 is when they will release, or at least that's when they're aiming to release a new IP, a brand new game. So that was the leaked roadmap. And it's interesting because, again, when Insomniac comes out in an interview and says, yeah, we have an extremely ambitious roadmap and we know what fans' expectations are, I think that they're doing so well aware that everybody saw that roadmap. Because let's face it, dude, that roadmap is extremely ambitious. That roadmap is nuts. I mean, you're talking about if they, assuming nothing gets canceled or delayed, Venom and Wolverine back to back. Venom late 2025, Wolverine late 2026. And then they're going to have a crazy stretch at around starting in 2028, which I guess would still be within the launch window of the PS6, the launch window, which lasts for about a year. I think that's how Sony views it internally. Spider-Man 3, Ratchet & Clank, X-Men. And then a new IP, though? Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. That might be a little overly ambitious, but... All right, I think Boss finally gave up. Oh my God, 2030 is only 5 years away. Time is scary. That means that the PlayStation 6 will be out before holiday 2028. Well, what's interesting about this timeline is it says Spider-Man 3 2028. Right? Spider-Man 3 2028. This was around the time, give or take, when there were those court documents that claimed Sony was targeting 2028 PS6 release. So it's like, I mean, is it a safe assumption? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is it a safe assumption that Sony would really like Insomniac to have Spider-Man 3 ready by the launch of the PlayStation 6? So if Sony's actually targeting 2027, because that's the latest rumor we heard from Kepler L2. Kepler L2 says that basically, you know, the A0 tape out for the PS6 is done, which means the console's like basically 3 years away. November 2027. Could Insomniac be crunching to try to get Spider-Man 3 out? Because I'll tell you what, if they get Spider-Man 3 as a launch title, that's going to be a crazy launch game to have. It'll be cross-gen. It'll release on PS5, but still, that's going to get a lot of people to go to PS6. Insomniac is likely all hands on deck to finish Wolverine and pre-production for Spider-Man 3. Venom is likely canceled. I hope not, dude. I mean, my question is, why would Venom be canceled, though? I mean, I know that Tony Todd passed away, so I guess there is that factor. Maybe that does complicate things a little bit from the voice acting perspective. I feel like there's too much potential there for them to... I could see it getting delayed and maybe needing more time or something, but yeah, I don't know. Insomniac is just one studio, and these are big games. You want a symbiote saga, Venom versus Carnage versus Null? I mean, yeah, there was the whole Carnage storyline. Let me go check something real quick. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like if the Venom game is real, we're going to have to hear about it soon. I mean, that would be a great surprise announcement, man. Like, let's say the Venom game is real. Let's say that they've actually been working on this for a while and it's almost done. It's going to be maybe the same size as Miles Morales. They could announce it at a state of play very soon. That'd be a great surprise announcement. But I don't know. It sounds a little too good to be true. I'll be honest. Like, that would be really hype. But that's a good point. What would be a bigger priority from Sony? Having Spider-Man 3 ready for the PS6 launch or Venom game for PS5? Yeah. Because, I mean, presumably what you could do if you had to cancel Venom, maybe you have to cancel Venom to make that a reality. Like, yeah, we can't have another team. That team that you were going to have finish up Venom and ship it, we want to move them on to Spider-Man 3. We got to really get cracking on that. Right. Presumably what you can put in place of it is, okay, so we get a state of play, let's say in February, let's say Insomniac is going to show up, show Wolverine. Surely Wolverine's ready to be shown, right? A Venom game would print money. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing about it. Maybe, I don't know, man. It would be shocking to me because I do agree that a Venom game sells well and makes a lot of money. Miles Morales killed, bro. It killed. Like, Miles Morales did so good for Sony. It's crazy. That leaked out. Like, we saw how much money it made, how many sales it made, and it was a smaller game. And I'm like, I don't know. It might be worth their while. Yeah, but that's true though. Sony is absolutely planning what games they want to have ready for the launch of the PS6. There's no denying that. So when you consider that, I mean, Insomniac, they can only work on so much at one time. Venom is nowhere near as big as Spider-Man to the casual gamer buying audience. That's true too. Yeah, I guess that is the difference between Venom and Miles Morales. Miles Morales is basically like, basically is also Spider-Man. Well, I hope that Insomniac can deliver on these games, man, because like I said, I really enjoyed Spider-Man 1. I think between Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2, and even Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, between those 4 games, I think Spider-Man 1 was my favorite. Ratchet and Clank was really fun too, though. But I did enjoy Spider-Man 2 and Miles Morales. I enjoyed all of their games, but I think Spider-Man 1's my favorite. I really, dude, my hope is that when I play Wolverine, or like when they show Wolverine and we finally get it in our hands and we're playing it, my hope is that I walk away from Wolverine being like, oh my God, yeah, that's my favorite Insomniac game. Hands down. Just not even a second thought. Like if Spider-Man 1 is here for me, I want Wolverine to be like here, I want them to deliver with Wolverine. But that to me is the most important thing. That's more important than getting a Venom game. That's more important to me than the launch of Spider-Man 3, dude. Truthfully. Like, Wolverine being the game that I want it to be, like, that I hoped it would be, is, like, the most important thing for me from Insomniac. They can do whatever they want with Spider-Man 3. I'll be there. You're worried about Sweet Baby's involvement? I guess, yeah, we'll see about that. I don't think that Sweet Baby Inc. is not going to, like, listen, if you see what's going on right now, like, DEI initiatives are literally being shut down, like aggressively. Companies are throwing their DEI initiatives out the window, bro. Sweet Baby Inc. does not have a future in gaming. And I don't say that with any malicious. I say that like basically unbiased here. Like that's an unbiased take. Like as in I don't care. Like I'm not trying to say what I want to happen. I'm just saying they don't have a future in gaming. They don't have a future in the industry. DEI is just regrouping. It's not over yet, Snake. I mean, it's possible since so many big AAA studios are Western, and based in California and whatnot, but I don't think so. Because the thing is, even if from a studio level, like if these studios, if they want to continue to work with these companies, now more than ever, people are going to see that and they're going to call it out. And it is now a popular thing to do because of the changing of power and the pendulum swing. We've already talked about it. But yeah, dude, if there was ever a time for Insomniac, like, don't you guys find it interesting, the timing of like Insomniac? The leadership for Wolverine completely changed. I don't know that means it was in development hell, because Jeff Grubb did claim that Wolverine's development's going good. But the director and the lead producer, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were replaced. So the timing of it is interesting. I've said before, and I'll say it again, I think Insomniac, as well as any other PlayStation studio, they should absolutely not be working with Sweet Baby Inc. because Sweet Baby Inc. has a bad reputation. And you're just automatically losing a certain percentage of players that it's not even that they're going to not buy your game, but they're going to try to basically destroy your game. And I just feel like, is that really worth it? Like, you're paying money to this company to basically hurt your game from an optic standpoint. Makes no sense. It makes zero sense to do that. If I was in charge, I would say, we're not working with them. We're good. We're going to save money, and we're going to not make people pissed off. Let's just keep making a Wolverine game. That's what I would do. But something tells me Insomniac, is it confirmed that they're involved in Wolverine? It was confirmed like in 2021 when it was announced. But that was a long time ago. A lot could have changed. I don't know, man. I would hope that they would realize, like, you don't need them to make a good Wolverine game. We're going to make Wolverine the misunderstood teddy bear he was always meant to identify as. My favorite will always be Wokerine, with rainbow claws. That will always be my favorite, dude. I made some kind of crazy joke the other day to Mrs. MBG. And it was like the funniest. I was laughing so hard at the shit that I was imagining. I was like, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for us to find out Sony is who we thought they were. We're going to find out Sony is who we thought they were, where it's like, just do it, Sony. We know you want to. We know you want to. Just when we see Kratos again, make sure you give him, give him some makeup and give him like ponytails. Like, his head's going to be bald, but it'll just have 2 ponytails coming out. And he'll have a bunch of makeup on and make him wear like a dress. Do it. Do it, Sony. You know you want to. I don't know why I was making that joke. I don't even remember what the hell I was talking about. And it would just like, it would be so funny if they didn't. Irfin's like, that would be horrific. That would be horrific. It would be so funny, man. It would be so insane that all I could do is laugh. I embrace the chaos at that point. But I need to see an AI generated image of that. Oh my god, you could easily make it happen too. But yeah, I want Wolverine to be good, dude. I mean, obviously, that goes without saying. But I want it to. I don't want there to be any nonsense. That's all. I don't. When I say nonsense, I mean something that's like kind of overt and obvious. Like, why is this here? This doesn't need to be here. This isn't helping the story. This isn't helping the game. It's only hurting it. Even today, like, dude, I'm asking people like, how excited are you for Ghost of Yotei? And there's just still that kind of concern with it. And I'm like, I just hope these games rise up, man, and rise above the. I don't want these games to be what a certain group of people are claiming they are. That's all. I don't want it to turn out that way. You want it to be kick-ass, violent, and bloody, and a decent story. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I do expect it to be fucking badass. You know, like, I expect Wolverine to be a violent, raging badass that you don't mess with, but, you know, also have an interesting story that shows that there's more to the character, you know? He's not just an animal. That's my expectation. Nobody said a damn thing about Cloud dressing up as a girl even back in 97. People are just weird about what they tolerate. I mean, dude, yeah, I get where you're coming from, Josh. It's just that things have changed so much where, I'll be honest, man, I don't know what to expect anymore. Truly. You know, I'm kind of like looking around at what's going on and how things are beginning to change now that, you know, Trump is in office, and I don't know what to expect. I feel like as time goes on, like in the next 12 months, it's going to be crystal clear. Like, if you do this, you'll be fine and your game will do well and you'll make money. If you choose to do this and go down this road, good luck. And I'm not here to say whether it's fair or not. I'm just here to say, like, I think that's going to be the outcome, you know, like that's going to be just the way it's going to play out very clearly in the next 12 months. And that's how it'll be, at least for a certain amount of time going forward, the next 4 to 5 years or so. Hold on. By the way, guys, we're at 269 likes. Let's keep it going. Can we get to 275? Can we get to 275? We are, wow, I did not realize I'm almost 4 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. Guys, remember, you can always support the channel and support the content. Consider dropping a membership gift. We are going to be doing members lounges in the upcoming week, okay? We have plenty of streams coming up, plenty of content. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're going to be doing members lounges. We're going to be doing another Morning with the Misses this Friday, as long as everything goes according to plan. So if you want some exclusive content, consider becoming a member. I got to get better at, like, saying this stuff. I feel like, I don't know. I say it at the beginning of stream and then I don't mention it again. I mean, I just assume most people know, but the reality is there are new people coming in. Some of them might not know. So consider becoming a member. Come on. Give some memberships. Like I said, we get to 25, I'm going to drop 5 of my own. We'll do it. What games am I playing right now? Right now, I'm still playing Cyberpunk, and it's getting good, man. I forget who said it to me. Somebody said, yeah, you're still just in the prologue, bro. And I was like laughing. I'm like, I guess. I don't believe it, but no, it was true. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? But it's getting good. I'm like, okay, all right. I feel like the story's kind of got its hooks in me now. So I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. I'm starting to see why people like Cyberpunk so much. Michael Clark, you're saying, what's up, MBG? Can you do a Too Long Didn't Read stream? I'll go back and watch later. The TLDR, Phil Spencer said more games are coming to PlayStation and Switch. He said Starfield is not going to be exclusive. he said he wants you to buy the next Xbox only based off of what it's capable of doing. And he's setting the stage for the full third-party multi-platform push that's going to happen this year. We talked about physical games versus digital games. Will the PlayStation 6 have physical games? We settled on probably, but it's still not looking too great for physical out there. And then we just talked extensively about Insomniac's roadmap, and we want to see Venom. We want Wolverine to be good. We don't want Wokerine, whatever that ends up looking like. We want to see Insomniac do great things. That's basically it. I think we read a couple of RichRod chats as well. The DLC gets even better with Cyberpunk. All right, that's good to know. Yeah, it's good, man. I'm still like, I'm allowing myself to just get absorbed by the story and let that facilitate me getting used to playing the game, because there's still so much about it. Like when I open the world map and I see all these, I'm like, there's a lot here, and it's fine. Like I expect that, I'm used to it, but right now I'm just letting myself focus on the story, the characters, what happens next. And I've settled on this. I've decided that I'm just going to mainline the game right now, not rush it, but just mainline it. And if by the end of the game, I still feel like I feel more comfortable with it, and I'm like, you know what, this is really awesome. I want to keep playing, and I want to do the side content, so on and so forth, then I'll do it. But I've also decided that if by the time I finish mainlining the game, if I just want to move on to the DLC and mainline that, and then if I'm like satisfied with that, and I don't want to do any of the extra stuff, and I don't want to get any of the trophies, I'm cool with that too. I'm just gonna let it kind of happen naturally and see where it takes me, and not force anything. But yeah, I'm every time I play it, I'm enjoying it more and more. That prologue was really good, dude. I actually didn't realize I was playing a prologue, and it was kind of sad. I don't want to spoil anything, but man, I was like, damn. Not Jackie. They're a good side quest. They're as good as the main story. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I do appreciate a good side quest. I mean, that's what like CD Projekt Red is known for, right? Boss is like, where are my treats, man? It's 4.5 hours. I gave you some earlier. You know I did. Don't act like you don't know, boss. Have I played Monster Hunter World? I have. Actually, believe it or not, I got all the achievements on Xbox for that game. Yeah, that was like one of the last Xbox games I think I played. And that was crazy. That was a crazy experience. Indie has the best side quests. They're actually optional story missions. That's interesting. Yeah, I might play Indiana Jones when it comes out on PS5. It's really just a matter of timing with all these things. Like there's a lot of games I want to play that are coming up, but the timing of when they release really depends on whether or not I'm going to be there day one. Snoopy Poopy with another chat says, played and finished Cyberpunk on PlayStation a couple years ago. Recently played it on PC. Holy, it's a different game. Oh, hold on. Sorry, my entire YouTube studio just crashed. Let me finish reading it. You're saying, holy, it's like a different game altogether. Path tracing is insane. That's really interesting to me. That's interesting. Because I will say Cyberpunk, it looks good on PS5. I'm playing it on PS5 Pro. It looks good, but I can tell, dude. Like, I can tell, like, man, this game is nowhere near its potential. It's not like playing like a Sony game, where Sony games do look better on PC as well when you max everything out, but you can tell that, like, it's not like a night and day thing. You know what I mean? I feel like when I'm playing Cyberpunk, I can tell, like, man, this it's lacking. It's like it's definitely lacking on console, and I can definitely see that. I don't know that it would be enough to get me to go play it on PC though. But I don't know. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Well, I have what graphics card do I have again? I have like a 3080? Is that right? I think that's what I have. I don't know. I don't know what my PC would really even be able to do. I definitely couldn't do like path tracing or anything like that. 3060, is that what I have? What did I say? 3080? You know what? I just got 3 super chats, 2 from Poopy Snoopy, 1 from Josh Z. I'll make it easier for Boss because my God, I need to make it easier for me because Boss is driving me nuts. We get 2 more super chats. I don't have the goal up because I can't manually count them to the super chat goal, which is annoying. I hope YouTube fixes that and allows me to do it at some point. But basically 2 more super chats, teal or above, and I'll give Boss some more treats. Because God, at that point, I'm just doing it for myself. Josh, before I read your super chat, I'm just going to follow up with Snoopy's here. He says, NVIDIA still uses Cyberpunk to show off their new tech. It's a 5-year-old game, LOL. Yeah. I mean, Cyberpunk, what's interesting to me about Cyberpunk is when it came out in 2020 and it was an absolute disaster on console. I mean, it had a lot of issues on PC as well. But there are a lot of people who did buy it and play it on PC, and they were like, actually, it worked mostly okay. Like, it was okay. I was actually fine. I didn't really experience any like major bugs or anything that everybody else was talking about, and it was clearly not ready to release on console. And this is a game that's clearly built from the ground up to really be well optimized for PC. And so it does make sense to me that NVIDIA still uses it to show off their tech. But that is crazy to think that it's a 5-year-old game. Josh, thank you for the $10 super chat, buddy. You're saying, in all seriousness, I do think that you made the right decision waiting for FF7 Part 3. I don't think having to wait for the next part will be good for you. Interesting. It's funny because I do see people, sometimes they kind of come at me and they're like, how come we didn't finish FF7 Rebirth? And it's like, I had 30 hours in it, dude, which is weird to me because I really don't recall putting that much time into it. But I did. I put 30 hours into it, and I'm like, for a lot of games, that would be enough to complete it. But I think I made it to about, like I said, the halfway point, and I'm glad you said that, because, like, I do sometimes question, like, is that the right decision? Because I know a lot of PC players are really enjoying it right now, and that's good. You know, I hope, I mean, I don't know how it's selling on PC, but I hope it helps Square. But yeah, man, from what I can tell, the second game, I think it kind of ends on a cliffhanger. I didn't look into anything, but just the way people talk about it, I'm like, okay. Part 3, I think, is going to be here sooner than we think. If we talk about the launch lineup of the PlayStation 6, I wouldn't be surprised if Part 3 is going to be ready around that time. It's doing very well on PC. That's good. Yeah. I'm really curious to see what happens with Final Fantasy VII, the remake collection or trilogy in general, when it's all wrapped up. Like, Square's going to have like some crazy bundle they're going to release for the Switch 2 and on Xbox, and it's going to be everywhere. And why didn't I finish Rebirth? Rebirth, mainly because, well, I was about halfway through, and I think I'm trying to remember something else came out not that long after. It wasn't Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 came out before. I think it was Rise of the Ronin, potentially. And when Rise of the Ronin came out, I booted that up and just started playing it and kind of got addicted to it. I ended up putting like 90 hours in the Rise of the Ronin. And then after that, it was Stellar Blade. And so basically it was like back-to-back different, like it was one of those things where it just faded. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting further and further away from it. And with certain games, I don't know, like there are some games I can jump back into, others I can't. And I had determined I can't just jump back into Rebirth. Also, because I started to feel like, man, I think I'm going to have to restart this game, and I just don't know that I'm going to do that right now. And so I have determined that whenever I do play Rebirth, and again, I think I'm going to wait until we know when the third game's coming. I'm going to probably just start it over. I think that'll be the best way to go about it. You're starting your Rebirth hard mode platinum run. Just need to beat it on hard and finish Chadley's combat challenges. Yeah, I'm for sure not going to try to get the platinum. For sure. Josh was telling me his experience with that, and it seems like people are struggling. I mean, I love getting platinum trophies, and I do like a challenge, but there is a thin line at times between that was a nice little challenge, and it, I feel good about getting this platinum because I overcame the challenge. There's a thin line between that and I almost hate this game because of what it did to me. You know what I mean? And I think anybody who's a trophy hunter or platinum hunter knows that feeling, where it's like some of these games kind of push you to a point where it's like, man, I am so close to not liking this game. And that's, to be fair, that's not the game's fault. Technically, that's your fault for trying to go for the platinum. But I was almost at that point with Silent Hill 2 Remake. Not hating it, but it was difficult. The final trophies I needed for Silent Hill 2 Remake was I just needed to do one solid playthrough of following a guide for all the collectibles in one run. And that is what started to kind of test me because I'm like, man, it's right there. Like I can taste it. It's right there. I just got to get through another hour of following this guide and just play for 2 minutes, pause the game, watch the guide, play for another 2 minutes, just kind of going through that. But then I got the platinum and I'm like, all right, that's platinum number 46 in the bag, feeling good about it. But man, collectibles, bro, am I right? Yeah, I saw that, Josh. You're saying the platinum was so time consuming that even the developers acknowledged that it was too much. Yeah. They apologized. They straight up apologized. That's how I know it's like I'm not touching that. When you got the developers apologizing to fans, that's how you know they went too far with the platinum requirement. Does it matter when you play the game, but you just enjoy it? Like, does the platinum matter? I mean, that's kind of the tough thing with me. I like playing the metagame of trophy hunting, and I've always liked it. Even on Xbox, I loved achievement hunting. I always loved it. It meant something to me. It enhanced the experience. The only time it didn't enhance the experience is when I realized that, well, in order to get these achievements or these trophies, you're going to have to do things that either A, are going to be ridiculous and nearly impossible, or B, just super annoying. And it's always created a tough thing for me because it's like, yes, I can absolutely just play games just to have fun, where there's no metagame, there's no trophy hunting. But there are many times where it's like I see the trophies that I didn't unlock, or I see the achievements. Back when I was achievement hunting on Xbox, it's like I see the achievements and it's like it just kind of eats at me a little bit. Like, man, it would feel more satisfying, much more satisfying. It's like when I played PUBG for a long time on PlayStation. I played PUBG for a long time on PlayStation, and there was a glitched trophy. I had all the trophies except one. And this trophy was a really simple one. It was like get 100 kills or something. And I played over like 1,000 hours of PUBG, and I'm like, dude, I got like thousands of kills. And it was just bugged. And I just accepted. I'm like, you know what? I'm never going to get the satisfaction of popping this platinum trophy. It's never going to happen. I accept it. It's bugged. The devs are never going to fix it. It is what it is. I'll always just be one trophy away from getting that platinum, even though I put 1,000 hours into this game and probably got it like 10 times over. And then one day, I'll never forget, I was just playing a random game solo. I was riding an ATV and I just ran somebody over and it just popped. And I was like, what? I'm like, no way. And then from that moment forward, it just, like Like now when I look at PUBG on my PlayStation, on my played games list, and I see PUBG and I see that platinum, I'm like, yeah, that it just feels good, you know? It's just for me. You know, it's not something where I'm like trying to show it off or anything, or in competition where I'm trying to get more platinums than this guy or whatever. It's just for me. That's all. Kazjam, you're saying you never platinumed a game, you never cared to? And that's fair too, man. I wish I could be that way. I do. I just can't. My brain won't let me. I wish I could not give a single shit about platinum trophies or trophies in general. I mean, I would not engage as deeply with games, but I would probably be more focused on just the pure fun factor of a game. And that's why I'm trying to take the approach I am with Cyberpunk, where it's like, I unlocked, I think, 2 trophies in Cyberpunk. And as soon as that first one unlocked, I'm like, and there it is. And there it is. It's the hook in me. But I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to ignore it. And I want to play the game and just enjoy it. I just want to have fun with it. I'm not trying to take it seriously. I'm just trying to enjoy it. Take it seriously in the sense that, like, I want to complete it. But if like I said, if by the end of my journey with Cyberpunk, I'm just like, I don't have any desire to platinum this game. And if I do, if I force myself to, it risks ruining the fun experience I just had. It's not going to be worth it. You know, it's not going to be worth it. You know what game I'm interested to find out I'm interested to find out a lot more about it is Death Stranding 2, but I'm really interested in finding out what the trophy or the platinum requirement for that game is going to be, because I do remember Death Stranding being a little bit more difficult, or in some cases a lot more difficult to platinum than I realized. And the difficulty came in the persistence of it, you know, like there was a lot you had to kind of overcome in terms of, like, you got to get real good at delivering these packages, bro. And it was quite challenging. It was a bit of a marathon, I guess is what I think that's the word to use. And I'm curious to see if the second game is going to be more or less difficult or challenging. RNG trophies are the worst, bro. Yeah. RNG trophies are garbage. I hate that. If there's one thing I wish developers, like, collectible trophies are one thing, but RNG trophies are straight bullshit, man. I don't like that. Irfan, you're saying you weren't a trophy guy last gen, you became one this gen, but not all games. Only games that matter the most to you. Yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. That's kind of what I'm doing these days. Because there are definitely games I play where I don't platinum them, and I still enjoy them. Josh, you're saying you're really curious to eventually hear my overall FF7 opinion, because I think there are some story moments that will have a pretty big impact on you. Most of that comes in the later moments. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I do think it'll be nice when part 3's out, because I'll know that, like, I can see the whole thing through now. I think it was easier for me to finish part 1 in preparation for part 2, because part 2 was still pretty far away. And part 3 was just a kind of, it wasn't even something we were thinking of. But now, like, the end is in sight. You know what I mean? You could see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it's approaching quicker than I expected. Infamous Second Son. Infamous Second Son was really good. I think I had that platinum. Yeah. I got to double check. I'm pretty sure I do. Do I? I know I played it. I know that much. Maybe I don't. I'm not sure. I do know I played it, though, and I really did enjoy it. That was a fun game, dude. Never got to play the original Infamous games, though. A lot of people tell me I got to go back and play them. Sony, come on. Remaster those. Where are we at? Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't realize I was streaming for this long. I'm over 4.5 hours. Guys, for those of you who are still here, thank you so much for hanging out with me and watching the stream. Please hit that like button. I want to see a push right now. I want to see if we can do it. Can we get to 300 likes? If you are here and you have not yet hit that like button, hit that like button. We're at 277. We could easily get to 300. That'd be great. That would definitely help the stream out. Let me see. Yeah, that would help it out quite a bit. So thank you. Thank you to everybody who's already hit that like button. The goal is by hitting the like button, we are letting YouTube's algorithm know, you are letting YouTube's algorithm know that you are enjoying the stream so much that you went out of your way to hit like, and YouTube decides maybe we're going to put the stream in front of new people that might also like the stream. That's how we can build the community in a very natural and organic way. 287. See, you guys we're just 13 away. You guys can kill it. I know you can do it. I know you are, Irfan. You're always the first here when I put the streams out, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Infamous should get remastered. That's what I'm saying. Why not? I think Sony's afraid to remaster some of these games because I think they're afraid that they're sending a signal that, oh yeah, we're going to make another one. But I think if they just make it clear that they're just doing it, you know, just because they think fans of the series might enjoy it and not necessarily they're not promising anything else. I think people would still be on board with that. I appreciate that, Original Gamer. Yeah, better late than to miss it completely. I agree. There are many endings to Cyberpunk. Tackling side missions along the path goes a long way in the outcome and enjoyment. Yeah, I read this thing because I was looking at like a platinum guide for Cyberpunk, just see what I'm getting myself into if I decide to platinum it. And apparently at the end of Cyberpunk, they have like this ability or this screen where you can just kind of go back. Like you completed it, the credits roll, but it's like you can go back prior to the mission. It just automatically brings you back. And so you can do a different ending. I mean, I don't know how that works. When I was reading it, the way it sounded, they made it sound like it literally just takes you back to the second to last mission or something like that. And you can just kind of rerun it to get a different ending. I think more games should do that. More games that offer multiple endings. There's a point of no return you can go back to. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. What I think is cool about it, like, again, if I read it correctly, is you don't have to create, like, a manual save or anything. Like, it literally it asks you, like, do you want to go back? You can. I feel like that's not a common thing. Because the way I think it works in most games is, like, it lets you know this is the point of no return. And after you agree to that, that's it. And then you beat the game, and then it maybe drops you back in the world, but you can't get... Like, if they have alternate endings, you can't really get them unless you had a backup save file. So I think that's a pretty cool thing. The Pro would be an $800 console if it included a disc drive. I'm sure Sony pondered about whether to include one or not. I mean, like I said, man, everything we see with the PS5 Pro could be basically a test bed for the PlayStation 6. How is the market going to respond to the PS5 Pro being digital only and having a separate disc drive? People were angry, but I don't know, man. Sony's got to be careful with anything they test with the Pro because it's a Pro console. It's totally optional. The results you see for the Pro are not necessarily going to be representative of what you can expect with the PS6 because the PS6 base console is going to be a new gen. So, yeah. Tough. Sony's in a tough spot. All right, so we'll do like a last call here because I think I've definitely covered more than everything I plan to cover. We're gonna do a last call. I'll give you guys one more opportunity here. 2 more super chats, teal or higher. I'll give Boss a little bit more. Couple more treats before we wrap up. I do owe you guys some reps, actually. I forgot about that. Haven't done that in a long time. We could do that. And we're at 14 members on the day. If you guys want to drop any more fan funding before we wrap up, Boss, it's time to It's time to lift, bro. Come on. He's like all lazy, sleeping on me. He's like, I don't want to move. We must lift. We must. Drop his treats everywhere. Like, come on, man. Come on. Get it together. Get it together. Do I still have the Metal Gear theme? Let me see. Do I still have it? I think I do. Okay, that was not Metal Gear. But we could do that too. Boss, you are going to get hurt. I am going to be lifting weights. Do you want to get smashed with a weight? This cat, man. There's still some missable trophy stuff. Are you kidding me? All right, let's get some reps in. We're trying to get buff in 2025. I'm only clearly going to be able to do that through my streams. Don't want to go too crazy because I still got to work out later. But 20 reps for... Leia, stop. Stop that. Cats. 20 reps for 20 super chats. That was the first goal we hit, by the way. So, thank you guys. Brought up the 30-pound dumbbells. Ooh. All right, boss. No. No, we're not doing that, Original Gamer. This is something that I did a lot last year. You know, people are like, what does MBG stand for? Stands for Muscle Bound Gamer, because I'm also passionate about lifting and trying to stay healthy as I can. Trying to stay as fit as I can. Although I got some work to do. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But some people have been asking me if I'm going to bring back doing reps. And I figure we could, yeah, at the end of it, we could do some goals. And if we hit some of those goals at the very end of the stream, just get a couple reps in, you know? Get a couple reps in. But guys, boss, I'm sorry. They're not getting you treats today. You got treats earlier. You can't be mad. Dude, he's looking at me like, I've waited so long. Like, dude, we got tomorrow. We got the rest of the week. You got to start lifting, bro. Yeah, I see you. I see how big your hips have gotten. He's like looking away. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're saying, MBG, why I haven't been around is I've been dealing with my mental health problems, plus been struggling and stressing out. See you next time on stream. Well, sorry to hear about that. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. It can be a struggle. For sure. I waited 4 hours. I did. It's because, dude, I can't do it in the middle of the stream. Like, if we hit the goal, I can't just be like, all right, time to break out the weights, because, like, people just leave. And I don't blame them. Like, I get it. We're in the middle of talking about a topic. It's like, hold on, guys, I got to do 20 reps. Shoulder press. Oh, you're talking about Boss. Okay, actually, yeah. Well, no, I did give him some treats earlier, Irfan. I gave him some treats, so don't feel too bad. Don't let him fool you. I gave him some treats earlier. He just wants more. So, all right, guys, I think that's going to do it. I think that's going to wrap it up. It's weird because I went so long today, dude. My brain is fried. I have that weird feeling where it's like, am I forgetting something? I'm definitely not. I'm just going to do my regular outro. 9 more likes. That's what I was forgetting. Guys, right now, I got to see it right now. We need 9 likes. 9 likes, we get to 300 likes. 300. We can do it. I believe in you guys. As I'm doing my outro, let's get those likes to 300. Oh, boss. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Thank you to everybody who stopped by and hung out with me today and engaged in some interesting gaming discussions with me. Thank you for everybody who dropped any support. If you became a member, if you dropped a channel membership gift, if you dropped a super chat, if you dropped a direct donation, seriously, thank you guys so much. I can only do this because you guys make it possible, and I'm very grateful to be able to do this. I love having these conversations. I love doing these streams. I love our community, and so you guys really are the best. Like I said, if you are a channel member, we have more member content coming up later this week. Stay tuned for some members lounges. Stay tuned for another morning with the missus. And also want to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps. Devil Shooter, thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. You're saying you want to go for a walk. Please end it. I'm sorry. I'm ending it now. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do. I'm going to speed it up at your request. Hit that like button. 8 more likes, guys. We could do it. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Look out for a video. Look out for a stream. And that does it. So until next time, guys, take care.